Order, order. Please be seated.
Government Bills and Orders. For second reading, Bill 80, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act, 2021. Number 2, debate adjourned on amendment. Ms. Ganley speaking.
Honourable members, before the Assembly, Bill 80, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act, 2021, number 2. We are on Amendment REF1 as proposed by the Honourable Member for St. Albert. Debate adjourned by the member for Calgary Mountain View with approximately 2 minutes remaining, should she choose to use so. Are there others? Are there others? The Honourable Member for Edmonton West, Henday.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to rise this evening to speak to Bill 80, the Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2021, number 2. And what we have before us here again is another piece of omnibus legislation, which essentially, you know, we've seen this a few times from the UCP government, where they put forward some pieces within legislation that I guess you might call red tape reduction or clarifying language, modernizing it. We see that having to take place every once in a while. And unfortunately, you know, this continues a record from this government where they also stick in very consequential amendments to other pieces of legislation that are going to have massive impacts on Albertans. And so, again, I am supporting the referral amendment or motion that is currently on the floor, because the fact is, again, while we see some changes to things that are less substantial or more modernizing certain acts, we also see things that are going to have deep implications for Albertans. And in this instance, we are talking about Albertans who are trying to better themselves by getting supports to continue their education. And in some instances, in many instances, the funding that we are talking about right now regarding Income and Employment Supports Act, these are people, again, in many cases who may have several obligations or hurdles to overcome to get back into post-secondary learning. And instead of having our government, especially right now, in a time of the pandemic and in COVID, when we should be encouraging people to better themselves and get the education that they might be trying to pursue. And in this case, you know, programs that we're talking about, for instance, are programs like English as a second language programs. And so ensuring that people have proper opportunities to get the education that they might need to further themselves in their careers, while we should be doing our best to support those initiatives. Unfortunately, we see this government going in a direction that is quite opposite. When we look at this act, it currently provides support for both training benefits and income support and benefits. We see this government making moves to reduce the amount of funding that is available for full-time learners. And it's deeply unfortunate because we see essentially a sunsetting of the training benefits that people are able to access, and we can get more into that. But the fact is, this continues on other decisions that this government has made, reflecting on, for the tax year 2020, the government making a decision to issue T507 or 5007 income tax forms, which are considered statement of benefits. And so Albertans, many of them at tax time, not before, but while they are doing their taxes, are finding out that they're actually losing significant benefits and important benefits, potentially even cuts to GST credits or Alberta Child and Family Benefits. So again, these are people who are trying to better themselves. In some instances, and in many instances, quite likely, these are people who are trying to take care of their families at the same time as furthering their education. And we see this government not only make those changes in the 2020 tax year that affected their child benefit or their GST credits, now we see this government further scaling back other opportunities for funding for full-time learners. And I can only imagine. I mean, we see so many decisions from this government that are affecting Albertans at a time, again, in the midst of a continued pandemic. And what is the direction of this government? Cutting Alberta seniors' benefits, or de-indexing Alberta seniors' benefits, de-indexing AISH. We see changes happening to temporary accommodation benefits and funding, and we're hearing this. I'm sure that every single MLA in this legislature, I know that I have received several messages to my office about the effects that these kinds of decisions are having on Albertans, and we've heard the stories of massive increases to people who are needing to go to places like the food bank, and unfortunately, this government has taken a response to all of these people who are crying out for their help or asking that they continue these important programs. The government is essentially saying, don't worry, the economy will get better at some point and you'll have an opportunity to get a job, but by no means are we going to continue these supports for you. And so I think that my colleagues have made it very clear why they support the referral, and I hope that I can do that as well. But the fact is the decisions that this government are making when we're talking about the Income and Employment Supports Act is so detrimental to the future of this province and the people and families who are counting on this funding. I have to ask, because it hasn't been clear, what consultation process took place to give the government, a permission, I guess, maybe not permission isn't the right word, but make them think that this was the right decision. Because it truly seems like with the decisions that this government has made around cutting so many different benefits to Albertans who are in a time of need, who are struggling to get by, and once had programs in place to support themselves and to support their family members. Unfortunately, this government is more concerned about, I'm not sure what, to be honest, Mr. Speaker, because the fact is, they might say that they're concerned about the budget, but the fact is they've been doubling the debt that was already there. They have made no headway on that, and if they have, it really is only because of the price of oil, which is dramatically changing day to day, again, as we're seeing, Mr. Speaker. And so they really have no excuse when we see the decisions that they've made. And we've seen no clear commitment to consultation through this process, which is why I again am supporting the referral amendment that is before us on the floor of the legislature. I'm still somewhat unsure about the cost changes that they expect. I guess the amount that Albertans are going to have taken away from them through the changes to these programs. The government has said that there are programs that they've put in place that are essentially going to replace what we're seeing in the proposed changes in this legislation. But we've seen far too many times, Mr. Speaker, that the government says one thing and does a completely different thing, whether we talk about the changes that they made to timing of benefits, and we continue as we head into this holiday season to see that there is many Alberta families who are concerned because, again, it is very unclear because of the changes that ministers have made where the payment dates are going to fall. And so instead of, as a good government might do, clarifying situations like that, instead Albertans are left essentially to the day to find out in many cases, because the government won't even admit that there's something wrong here, won't even admit that they've made a mistake or that a program isn't necessarily working in a way that it should have or that they thought it would. And unfortunately, until this government is at least willing to admit that they're making these mistakes, we can't get to the part of clarifying those mistakes. And we've seen that again and again, Mr. Speaker, from this government, and it's truly unfortunate because Albertans deserve better. at a time when, again, Albertans should be able to count on the supports that they've needed over so many years, and likely more so now than ever with rising costs of insurance because of UCP inaction, rising costs of post-secondary education because of the UCP's decision to lift the tuition freeze and increase the amount that is taxable, I guess, or on student aid, the interest rate, excuse me. And so we continue down this road, and I'm very worried, Mr. Speaker, for the people who are accessing these programs and the many other programs that have been there for them in place until this government decided to start cutting them. So with that, I look forward to hearing more throughout this debate. I think that this government talks a big game about getting support out to Albertans, but whether it is private citizens who are in desperate need of these supports, or if it is the some 4,300 small businesses who, most of them still waiting for the third installment of the small and medium-sized enterprise relaunch grant. You know, the fact is this government talks about moving at the speed of business, but it truly isn't being shown in their work. And so I encourage them to get that money out the door for those small businesses so people can get back to work. And the same goes for those Albertans who are waiting on supports that they so desperately need. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll take my seat, but I, again, support the amendment to move this to committee that is on the floor. Thank you.
Honourable members, are there others wishing to speak to Amendment REF1? The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Highlands, Norwood.
No.
Oh, my goodness.
I know.
My absolute apologies to the Honourable Member for Edmonton, Beverly, Clairview.
Now, I will say, Mr. Speaker, that the member from Highlands, Norwood and I have many constituents in common. In fact, we border one of our riding has a major shared border, and so many constituents of mine have actually written to me wishing that their MLA was the member from Highlands, Norwood, because she's an incredible advocate. No, that's true. Now, they do in the same message indicate their support for me, except I think when it comes to the member from Highlands, Norwood and her cat Oregano, there is no one in this chamber who can match her presence on social media. So, with that, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise and speak to Bill 80, the Red Tape Reduction Act, and to the amendment that my honourable colleague put forward, which, Mr. Speaker, it'll come of no surprise to you or members of the chamber that I do, in fact, support this referral motion and urge all members of the chamber to support it also. Now, I'll start my comments, Mr. Speaker, by saying that there are some changes within this bill that I do support, that I think will actually help improve a challenged business environment. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, the challenge with omnibus legislation such as Bill 80 that we are debating this evening is that the government will try to implement changes to pieces of legislation that they know full well that we cannot support. In fact, I think they know full well that the majority of Albertans don't support. Yet they'll tuck them into a piece of legislation and kind of make it a grab bag. So, you know, changes that are good with changes that they know full well that the opposition won't support. And so we're left in a position of, well, what can we do to improve the legislation where it currently stands? And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I'm supporting this referral motion. It'll give the government an opportunity to take a look at some of the changes they're proposing. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, we have changes in this red tape reduction bill, which I do also want to flag, Mr. Speaker. Every government since Alberta became a province has introduced omnibus legislation to make administrative changes to a number of bills. This government, because they want to tout the fact that they're reducing red tape, have put it into a new column or under a new banner. They've rebranded what every government has done, for the past 116 years, and refer to it as red tape reduction. So this act, or this bill, pardon me, Mr. Speaker, amends the Alberta Healthcare Insurance Act, the Alberta Human Rights Act, the Credit Union Act, Financial Stability Act, Gaming, Liquor, Cannabis Act, Income and Employment Supports, Insurance, Loan and Trust, and Mines and Minerals Act. So a significant number. Now I'll go through my comments, Mr. Speaker, in no particular order as far as highlighting some of the changes that I support, along with some of the changes that I have issues with, Mr. Speaker. And so one of the most substantive changes in this piece of legislation is removing the adult learner stream from income support. This is significant, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to actually speak from personal experience that I know that you're aware of this, Mr. Speaker, but Albertans may not be. I'm a high school teacher by trade. I taught at a very small school in Edmonton from 2006 until 2012 called Inner City High School. Now this school is truly unique, Mr. Speaker. It's not Center High for those folks listening at home that confuse the two. Inner City High School is a school that serves a very unique population between the ages of 15 to 24. These are students, Mr. Speaker, who have been unsuccessful in the traditional system. They've been unsuccessful because they are in unique circumstances and face a number of barriers that the majority of Alberta students don't face, and actually probably aren't even aware that there are students that face these barriers. So some of the students face challenges with addictions. Some of them are in and out of incarceration and pass back and forth within the system. Many of the students are young parents that, of course, have the challenge of ensuring that they can provide for their families and feed their babies, but still wanting to get a high school education. And our traditional school system, and I'm not criticizing it, Mr. Speaker, because our school system, well, until this UCP government took office, was ranked within the top 10 in the world. And I'm looking at the former Minister of Education who can nod for me. But our test scores, including in math, despite what this government say, we were a leader globally. And in fact, what I can tell members, side story, but it's my prerogative, so I'll take it. When I was in China on a trade mission in 2017, I met the first graduating class from China using the Alberta curriculum. And I'm talking the class that used the curriculum from kindergarten to grade 12. And it was a very proud moment. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the province I grew up in and of the people who faithfully serve our young people and play such a critical role educating our youth. I think there are probably few jobs that are truly more important than ensuring that we are providing the next generation with the right tools and skills they need to be successful. And so that was a really proud moment, Mr. Speaker, to be in China and a part of their graduating class. And I know for a fact that many countries and other provinces and territories used to use Alberta's curriculum until recently. And so, one, it's a challenge with the changes that are being made. I recognize that's a different piece of legislation. But where this ties back to is the fact that we need to be providing as many supports for our students to be successful as possible, not the opposite. So I go back to inner city high school. These students who are parents and have mouths to feed cannot be a full-time student during the day and pay for childcare and rent and food. They're on programs. Government programs, like, for example, Advancing Futures and other programs, but they receive and have received support from the government. Likely, my biggest criticism of this bill and why I do not support it, and I am supporting this motion, is because it's making changes to the adult learner stream. And Mr. Speaker, I will stand here and give an argument that I gave for many years and why I ran to defeat the former PC party. How much does it cost to incarcerate a youth per year? I'll tell you, back in 2006, it was $90,000. How much does it cost a taxpayer? I'm hoping the accountants in the room are paying attention. To educate a youth and not incarcerate? About $18,000. So to anyone in this room who actually calls themselves a fiscal conservative, if you're being honest with yourself, giving people a hand up and supporting them so that they do not become repeat offenders in the system is actually in your best interest. And this bill does the opposite of that. Now that's the fiscal argument. I believe that these young people deserve a fair crack. Because I'll ask any member in this room, do you think a person chooses to be born in poverty? Do they choose to be homeless or houseless? If anyone answers yes, you are beyond clueless. Nobody chooses that. Our children are born into the circumstances that their parents faced. But here's the challenge with many of the learners that this bill affects. We don't choose who our parents are. And if this young person's parents went in and out of the legal system and were incarcerated, and their parents went through it, what this is doing by changing the ability for these young people to receive government dollars to change their lives. We're trying to break this pattern. And this is another barrier. I happily tell the story of why I got involved in politics. I was teaching at inner city high school, seeing these young people facing challenges. But they're there not because they have to. None of them were court-ordered to be there. They were all there by choice. That alone speaks volumes of the character of the young people that attended this school. And it frustrated the heck out of me that the government of the day put up artificial barriers and hoops in order to thwart their funding. And if that wasn't the case, well, I'm sorry, but that's the optics to everybody on the outside, where it seems like at every turn, the government's looking for reasons to remove them from receiving this funding or block them from it. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, right then and there, I decided I'm not just going to complain about this from the sidelines. I'm going to run, and I'm going to try to affect change. Because these young people deserve it. They deserve the same opportunity that every young person in this province deserves, no matter the color of their skin or their religion or what side of the city they grew up on or who their parents were. And so it's extremely frustrating, Mr. Speaker, that this bill is removing income support. And I can tell you, and Mr. Speaker, believe me, in Committee of the Whole, every member in this chamber better hope that I don't get up and speak over and over and over, because I could speak for hours and hours and hours. Oh, it'll feel like it a lot more when I do. But it's my job as a member of the opposition to educate the rest of this government caucus on exactly what's in this bill and the implications that it has. And so we're talking about equal opportunity for young people, giving them a chance to turn their life around. And this government, of course, looks at it as a cost. I'd love to know what the private members of the government said when the Premier talked about buying a pipeline to nowhere for $1.5 billion.
Honourable members, is there anyone else that wishes to speak to Amendment REF1? I see the Honourable Member for Calgary Cross. The member for Edmonton Meadows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to rise in the House to speak to the Amendment REF1 on Bill 80 Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2021. So every time, Mr. Speaker, every time I see something coming from the Associate Ministry of Red Tape Reduction, I'm kind of reminded in very bold letters of, or the part of the speech, election speech of the UCP leaders and UCP party, so how they were interpreting the red tape reduction meaning to the Albertans. Red tape reduction, something they bragged about that will bring investment in Alberta, that will speed up the process of establishing new ventures, adding new employment, and that will send a message to the corporate world. They will rush to invest their money in Alberta that would help address the economic crisis that the province is facing. So every time I stand up to speak to something coming from the ministry, so what we see specifically in this bill, other than some of the housekeeping changes that would have been done by the legislative amendments, the government is still thinking, I believe, still thinking they can just, try to get away with Albertans by bagging up a number of things and then get away with substantial changes to the acts that will do nothing to improve the life, the quality of life, or increase employment, or help our education system, or better build our healthcare system. So changes we are seeing is totally to the opposite that the way the associate minister, the ministry was created to send a signal that turned out to be everything UCP was saying was false. And from looking at this bill, it is even more obvious, like UCP government themselves is very clear and convinced that each and every member who would willing to support this Bill 80 as it is, seems like they have been convinced by now. This associate ministry basically probably would have nothing to do to help everyday Albertans. Because what we see in this bill, instead of addressing growing economic crisis under the UCP government, their failed and wrong decisions under the name of creating employment and creating big hole to Alberta's budget by taking billions of dollars away, promising Albertans that will, create jobs and help prosper our economy, turned out to be false and false slogans every time. So this bill doesn't do anything to address those mistakes on wrongdoings. And on the contrary, it's moving forward even to create more hurdles and creating more challenges for those very Albertans that wanted to take the challenge to face the challenges in their lives and taking the risk to, in many cases, join, like where I'm speaking from the changes this program is bringing to the Alberta Learner Income Support and the Skills Investment Bursary programs. These programs have been so critical for those people. They wanted to upgrade their education. They wanted to complete their diplomas. They wanted to complete their degrees while helping their families, making sure their families have food on the table. And I exactly understand, because a number of my friends, I personally actually applied for the bursary, Skills Investment Bursary program, and I was accepted for it, and I had very different circumstances. Eventually, I didn't use it, but I know a number of those people. They come from other countries, other places from the world, and make our very province their home, and come with degrees and higher educations that is not being recognized in our province. And they wanted to upgrade according to the Canadian or Alberta standards. Not only they could prosper their life or make their family's life better, but they can also contribute to our province and our country. For looking at those things, instead of looking at those things and understanding the mechanism and the ideas behind these programs, and while the province is going through deep economic crisis, the government, under the name of red tape, ministry bringing the legislation to debate in the House that will create more hurdles to those individuals who are working very hard every step of the way in their life to upgrade their education so they can better contribute to our economy and they can better contribute to our province. And I just wanted to read one of the message our caucus received from the very person that she explained how these changes are affecting actually her life and the planning of her life. And it's not only the individual's life, it's the life of their families, their children's. Asila Ashmawi, a Syrian refugee and mother of three, was forced to cancel her ESL program at Columbia College. As a result of the GCP policy change, she would have been forced to report thousands in additional income, which would have meant she no longer qualified for the Alberta Child Benefit. And she said, I will quote, "I was forced to decide between my career, my dreams, or caring for my three children," she said during a Sunday press conference. So she spoke in the press conference Sunday with my caucus colleague. And she said, "I chose my family, of course, but this isn't right." The decision to change the tax treatment of these learning sports was done without consultation and without Albertans knowing this change was coming. As a result, many low-income Albertans didn't find out about additional income reporting requirements until they did their taxes. This is how these small changes in the directions the GCP has been moving for the past 2.5 years. This is how it's impacting those very Albertans' life. And that was no way contributing any better to our economy in Alberta or for the future of our province or the future of our next generations. And that was the promise the GCP made. Everyone remembered Premier's blue pickup truck and his promises to fill up Calgary buildings. And we know that the people are still asking those questions in Calgary Towers, empty Calgary Towers. And this bill is not doing anything to fill those promises. On the contrary, but we have seen the funding like submerge. The funding even with the support of the federal government, the federal money. The GCP government even failed to deliver to those very struggling businesses fairly. Over 4,600 businesses have been denied smudge. And many applications were thrown out of the wrong internet browser. And then they were giving unreasonable timeline to turn over information. And I spoke in the House, I made a member statement. I had my constituents and I worked with the ministry to work with those discrepancies to get their applications approved, that those applicants were not wrong anywhere in the process. But they still haven't received their funding. So that is the question when we are discussing the Red Tape Associate Ministries proposals, bills, how this is going to help. Minister can just answer this question, how this bill, red tape reduction, ministry's actions going to help those 4,600 people to get their smudge funding. So on the contrary, it's going to make the people's life tough. And this program has been helpful, the way it has been working in our province for decades and supporting those very families. As I said, those families immigrating to Canada, Alberta, with higher education, their degrees not being recognized, working on low-wage jobs, and then using those opportunities to upgrade their education. And this is creating another hurdle to those families. And that is why I wanted to, I actually stood up to speak in favor of the amendment, that this is very important. This bill should not move forward as it is, as it has been proposed by the government, red tape and associate ministry right now. So I would encourage all my House colleagues on both sides to please support this amendment REF 1 motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any other members? I recognize the member for Edmonton Castle Downs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's nice to see you in the chair. I'd like to speak to Bill 80, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2001 on the referral to committee. What did I say? Oh, 2021. To the referral to committee. I think when we're looking at this piece of legislation, there are so many portfolios that are impacted by this, and it only makes sense to be able to have it sent to committee to, get further clarity, to give Albertans an opportunity to ask the questions that they have, perhaps actually get some answers to the questions that they have. I know that when we're looking at this piece of legislation, it's called the red tape reduction. Some of this legislation could have easily been fixed with simple housekeeping measures through Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act. I know when we were government, we did that. And it wasn't considered red tape. It was considered, cleaning up the legislation. And it was something that we did with ease. We did it in this very chamber. We didn't need to create a whole new ministry of red tape to do that. I remember in the debate, one of the amendments was to change the word motorcycle in the legislation. It had apparently been spelled 3 different ways, and a simple change was just making sure that it was consistent and spelled the same throughout the legislation. Instead of creating this omnibus legislation, each ministry could have been responsible for their own topics. We've seen this government pick and choose what goes into their red tape, what goes into other ministries' legislation. A clear example of that within this government is a bill that's being debated right in this very chamber currently, Bill 84, the Business Corporations Amendment Act. There's a lot of things in that piece of legislation that is simple housekeeping, clean up, makes sense. I'm curious why that legislation required its own bill, and that minister was from Service Alberta, was capable to do their own housekeeping. Yet the UCP has created this omnibus legislation and taken away the ability for ministers to do their own work in their own ministry, where their arguably area of expertise resides. And so what I fear is that with all of this legislation, and so to be clear, there's several acts that are being impacted under this. So Alberta Healthcare Insurance Act, Alberta Human Rights Act, Credit Union Act, Ensuring Fiscal Sustainability Act, Gaming, Liquor and Cannabis Act, Income and Employment Supports Act, Insurance Act, Loan and Trust Corporations Act, Mines and Minerals Act. I think that's a lot of legislation and a lot of acts. And I think by having this bill referred to committee, it would give Albertans a real opportunity to provide their feedback in their area of expertise, rather than putting it all into this omnibus legislation and just pushing it through. And so I think when we ask for a referral to committee, it makes sense because the minister responsible for red tape is looking at all of these different acts. And I'm curious how the consultation process went, because I've heard, from several of the business organizations around the province, specifically related to the amending section 8990 regarding the entertainment districts, the designation eligible by municipalities. After speaking to some of these business associations, they're saying, sure, this is a great change. However, this isn't a top priority for us. So what that tells me is that perhaps a lot of consultation didn't occur. Or if it did, what they heard wasn't actually implemented. And so I think by sending this to committee, it gives those that are being impacted an opportunity to come forward and provide their feedback. There is a lot of legislation that is being changed in this act, and by having it referred, it gives so many an opportunity to come in, share their feedback, ask their questions, and it gives the committee an opportunity to provide a report that perhaps the government would listen to. I know over and over with this government, opposition has provided numerous amendments, and they're just disregarded. But I think when we have a committee looking at what Albertans have to say, there's a different level of appreciation for those individuals that took the time to submit to a committee. I know I'm on several committees where, we hear from stakeholders, they reach out, and we give them an opportunity to come and present to the committee. It's an effective way to hear concerns directly and then create a report that then provides information back to this chamber on what's going on. And I think when we have a piece of legislation as huge as this, it only makes sense to have it referred to committee to allow so many impacted to come and share their voice. Now, I know that West Anthem, an organization that has been engaging with Alberta's live music venues, has submitted a proposal. And I'm curious what this government's take on that is. I know that it's specific to the AGLC handbook. In this omnibus legislation, there's changes that are happening to the Gaming, Liquor and Cannabis Act. I'm curious if their feedback was considered, or if it would be considered. But I know that if this was referred to committee, West Anthem would certainly want to be a presenter at that committee. They've created a wonderful proposal outlining the needs of their industry. Their ask is simple, it's straightforward. They've been able to consult with many live music venues across the province and collaborated and brought together this recommendation. And perhaps they were talking to the Minister of Finance, because this falls under gaming and liquor. But they probably should have been speaking to the red tape minister, but there's some confusion because sometimes it goes to red tape, sometimes it goes to the minister responsible. So perhaps by having this referred to committee, it would allow them an opportunity to bring forward the recommendation, which makes sense. and have it prepared and presented at the committee, and then have the committee being able to provide that summary of their presentation and bring it back to the chamber. I think there's many organizations. I mean, that's only one organization or advocacy group that I can think of that would be impacted when we're looking at health, environment and parks, advanced education, municipal affairs, seniors and housing, finance. That's a lot of people that are being impacted by this legislation. And it's moving quite quickly, and it's quite a substantial bill. I mean, it's an omnibus, to be quite honest, and having it in front of committee would simply make sense. And so I think that there's been so many questions that have been raised, not only by our stakeholders in industry, but by Albertans that have questions and concerns. And I think by having it referred to committee, it would provide that opportunity for this government to hear some feedback and some actually really good ideas that perhaps the red tape minister didn't think about, perhaps had the ministry responsible for the legislative changes had the leading role. Those things could have been flushed out. Unfortunately, we see a government that created a ministry to reduce red tape. It just doesn't make sense. So I would ask that all members in the chamber support this referral so that this bill can be, fulsomely debated, discussed. We can hear from Albertans, we can hear from stakeholders, and I would request that everyone in the chamber please support this amendment. Thank you.
Because sometimes a question comes in, no.
Honourable members, are there others on Amendment REF1? I see the Honourable Member for Calgary McCall is rising.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to Bill 80, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2021, number 2. I think government has used these omnibus legislation to hide significant and I would suggest detrimental changes to many programs that Albertans rely on. And I think the changes contained in this piece of legislation, I will only speak to certain pieces of this legislation. For instance, I think I will, for most part, speak to Income and Employment Support Act and the changes that are contained in it. In short, I think these changes are continuation of the UCP policy to attack students, low-income Albertans, and newcomer Albertans, and I will certainly explain my assertions as well. The changes contained with respect to Income and Employment Support Act start at page 34, and which is essentially saying that it's amending the act so that unless you are registered in a program before April 1, 2022, you will not be eligible for the learner benefit. So in order to be eligible for learner benefits, you have to be registered in a program, approved program, before April 1, 2022. That's page 35, and I would invite Minister to correct me if I say anything wrong or read legislation wrong, but that's what it says, that in order to qualify for the learner benefits program as it stands now, you have to be in a program, registered program before April 1, 2022. After April 1, there will be a program that's not called Learner Benefit Program. That program will be governed by Alberta Regulation 148/2021, Foundation Learning Assistance Regulations. So let me first talk about the program as it stands now. When we were in government, that program was within my ministry along with advanced education. It's a statutorily mandated program. What that means that when an Albertan qualify under the criteria provided for in the legislation, the government has an obligation to provide the benefits set forth in the regulation in the legislation. And those benefits included a set amount as living allowance. Those benefits included health benefits for the student, for the learner and their family. And those benefits also included a generous child benefit as well, $300 for first kid, and I believe $100 thereafter for every kid. So when we made changes to age income support, we increased and indexed the amount Albertans were receiving through these programs. And Learner Benefit Program was one of those programs that we indexed as well. We increased it and we indexed it. And what this Bill 80 is doing to that program is that they are getting rid of this program altogether. The government is getting rid of this Learner Benefit Program altogether in Bill 80 in the name of reducing red tape. And I think that's very troublesome. The materials that government shared with private and government-funded colleges that usually provide for these programs, ESL, skills training, and upgrades in occupational training. Those colleges were provided with the materials, and they were just told that this program will continue under a different piece of legislation. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? That's so not true. They're just getting rid of this program from Income and Employment Support Act. And the way they're getting rid of that program is, as I mentioned, that if you have registered before April 1st, 2022, you will get the learner benefit, whatever legislation provides for. But if you register after that, then the Foundational Learning Assistance Reg will govern that program. And that regulation will come into force January 1, 2022 for the program starting on or after April 1, 2022. Section 3 of this regulation states, and I will read the section, notwithstanding anything in this regulation, the minister may provide foundation learning assistance only if money is available for foundational learning assistance. That's written black and white in Section 3. That if there is money available, it's minister's choice. It's minister's discretion. The word used is may. That minister may provide foundational learning assistance. It's not minister shall provide. The current act, Income and Employment Support Act, mandates a program that has set eligibility criteria, that have set amounts, set benefits written in the legislation. In this case, It says, notwithstanding anything in this regulation, doesn't matter what regulation says, Minister may provide foundational learning assistance only if money is available for foundational learning programs. So the government is getting rid of a statutorily mandated program that benefits students, low-income Albertans, and newcomers specifically, and giving minister discretion that he may provide assistance if he has money. Second thing is, as I said, that the program as it exists now, it's statutorily mandated program, which means that eligibility, benefits, criteria, everything is set in the legislation. And here, in this program, Section 8 of this proposed regulation says that essentially gives minister discretion again to approve students their amounts only when money is available and list certain criteria. That's how it will be given to the students. So clearly, no matter how UCP presents this to Albertans, no matter how deceptive the language is used to convince people that learner benefit stays, fact is that this red tape reduction legislation eliminates learner benefit program as of March 30th, 2022. Starting next fiscal year, there will be no such thing as learner benefit program. And that program is replaced with a program which may or may not exist. Because regulation says that notwithstanding anything in the regulation, minister may only provide assistance if money is available. And we have seen what this government has done to other education programs. So far, minister has been responsible for and has presided over hikes in fees, layoffs from throughout our education institutions, and erosion of the quality of education. I don't think this government can be trusted with their words if they say that they are replacing this program with a new program while giving minister discretion and carte blanche to give assistance if money is available.
No, I have a very short amount of time, but I just want to provide clarity. I mean, I've heard some members opposite saying that there won't continue to be applications for foundational learning and other learner benefits after April 1st. That's not the case, of course. As the member pointed to, that applications for foundational learning and other student assistance programs will continue on January 1st, 2022, when the new act comes into effect. But of course, we can't have people applying for financial assistance under two different acts. So we're transitioning the authority from the Income and Employment Supports Act, closing that out on April 1st, 2022, but opening up applications under the new act on January 1st, 2022. And there's certainly no intent to dismantle learner benefits or shut down foundational learning programs or anything of that nature. This is about a transfer of authority, which actually began in 2016. It was a process to consolidate authority of these benefits. Thank you.
Honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will give Minister another chance to intervene. What I read earlier, that Income and Employment Support Act has a statutorily mandated program with set amount of benefits, health benefit, child benefit, and when an Albertan qualifies for it, minister responsible is required to provide that benefit. There is no qualification if there is money or not. And through you, Mr. Speaker, to Minister, that Section 3, I will read from that proposed regulation, which says, notwithstanding anything in this regulation, the minister may provide foundational learning assistance only if money is available for foundational learning assistance. That, to me, and to anyone reading Income Support Act and this regulation, means that the government is getting rid of learner benefit program, and as a replacement, it's giving minister a discretion that if money is available, minister may or may not provide some money to those learners. This change will impact students, low-income Albertans, and newcomers, many of whom who are living in my riding, and that's why I will be opposing this piece of legislation, and I think I will also be reaching out to those who will be directly impacted by that. With that, I move that we adjourn debate on this.
Honourable members, having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Member for Calgary McCall to adjourn debate, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Under Government Bills and Orders, for second reading, Bill 81, Election Statutes Amendment Act 2021, Number 2, adjourn debate on amendment. Honourable Mr. Luan.
Honourable members, we are on the referral amendment. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Beverly Clairview would like to add something to the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I definitely would like to add to this important debate, especially as it relates to the referral motion put forward by my honourable colleague, to which I am in support of, Mr. Speaker. You know, this bill actually comes as a bit of a surprise, at least for those Albertans who listen to what this government says, but then sees their actions are completely at odds with their words, Mr. Speaker. The government and my colleague, the Minister of Justice, talks about, you know, enhancing democracy and ensuring that we are providing an opportunity for every Albertan to have an equal voice and an equal say. In fact, this government, to the tune of millions of dollars cost to the taxpayers, put forward a couple different referendums with questions on the municipal election ballot that I think even had members of the government caucus scratching their heads because the questions were so convoluted. My favorite was the daylight savings time question, to which many constituents that I spoke with said, we were only given two options, and what if we hated both options? Like, where's beyond that? To which I don't even know if the government contemplated a third option. You know, move the clocks on daylight savings or keep them where they are. Well, there's a third option. But, you know, that's neither here nor there because the government clearly doesn't care what Albertans think or say because they're moving forward with an Alberta police force, which I know the Minister of Municipal Affairs was also in attendance at most events, if not all, at RMA, the Rural Municipalities Association Fall Conference, as well as the former Alberta Urban Municipalities Association, now just the Alberta Municipalities Association Conference, to which, Mr. Speaker, I spoke with dozens and dozens of counties, municipal districts, and municipalities. The current number, I don't know offhand. The Minister of Municipal Affairs could probably elaborate, but at one point there were 342 different municipalities in the province of Alberta. We might be down to 340. 330. 333. Wow, Minister, you've been busy. I'm joking. That's municipalities that decide whether or not they want to initiate the process of dissolving. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. So the Minister of Municipal Affairs has indicated 333. Thank you. A significant number of municipalities in Alberta, but not one, Mr. Speaker, indicated their interest in Alberta pursuing its own police force. And again, to the fiscal hawks of this party, which I don't know if there are many fiscal hawks left over there. I mean, maybe you're fiscal pigeons or seagulls or something. But I look at the cost, to which I've asked numerous times, what is the cost if Alberta did pursue moving from the RCMP to a provincial police force? Not once have I received an answer on the actual initial administrative costs. If anyone in this chamber thinks that it's a small number, they are deluded. Delusional? Delusional. Yeah. Their answer is probably deluded, but delusional. In the cost, because Mr. Speaker, we know that it's significant, right? And I appreciate the fact that I've wandered a little bit away from this bill. But my point is this. This bill is making changes to our election statutes legislation, where what's frustrating is what should be coming from a conservative party are amendments that will ensure there is more accountability and oversight on donations and where they're coming from. And this bill does the exact opposite. Mr. Speaker, I really, really question again whether or not members of the government caucus, private members, have actually read this bill. The fact of the matter is, this bill does the exact opposite to everything the Premier and this government have said when it comes to political donations. I mean, granted, we're still waiting, I think, for the current Premier's list of donors when he was running for leadership. You know, that's only 2.5 years past, but, you know. I mean, that in and of itself speaks volumes of, you know, the Premier refusing to acknowledge who donated to his campaign. I mean, unless the donors were like, please God, don't tell anyone. I can't be caught knowing in my community that I donated to this party. I mean, that could be the case, Mr. Speaker, but regardless, Albertans have a right to know. So the issues and the reason, Mr. Speaker, I'm supporting this referral, there's a couple of significant problems with this piece of legislation. The first is that it allows for an individual to purchase a party membership on behalf of another. Now, I'm just going to go out on a limb here, Mr. Speaker. I mean, we know that our premier is currently the least popular premier in Canada. I mean, everybody knows that. So the question that I have to ask, well, that's a really good point from my colleague, except, you know, from the way the premier acts, you would think he's the only person in the room who doesn't know that. Why would a government bring forward a piece of legislation that allows anyone to buy a party membership on behalf of another? Now, here's a question. Does the, I'm not going to give way, I apologize, member. I'm just warming up. Would the premier be putting forward this piece of legislation, you know, in different circumstances? But it makes me wonder. We have a leadership review coming next spring of our dear premier. And if a membership can be bought on behalf of someone else, how many memberships are going to be purchased for people who never wanted a membership, but suddenly who have one? And who maybe magically vote in a leadership race or a leadership approval rating or approval vote. It really makes one question why that's in here. Because, and maybe this isn't the goal or the stated goal or the intentional goal of the current government, but what this opens up, it opens up the possibility that thousands, if not tens of thousands of memberships can be bought on behalf of people who never wanted a membership in order to support a leader who is desperate to hold on to said leadership. And so it's a real cause for concern. I recognize there are members in the chamber that want to interject, but I'm not about to give the floor. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, that this bill does that, allows the ability for a member to purchase a party membership on behalf of another person, which I will just state that the current NDP Constitution does not allow a member to purchase a membership for anyone. And I can tell members of this chamber that when I was first looking for the nomination for Edmonton Beverly Clairview, we're going back to 2010, I remember meeting with an elderly woman in her home who could barely afford her rent and had not enough food to eat, and our memberships were $5. And I was at a crossroads because I wanted to pay the $5 for her to be a member, but our Constitution doesn't allow it. And I told her with a heavy heart, I cannot buy your membership. And she unfortunately never did buy a membership, but I respect the fact, well, she couldn't afford it. But I respect the fact that for her, that $5 was likely a couple of meals. And so who was I to try to convince her that this is where you should spend your $5 when you cannot afford to live? So I didn't. But I respected the fact that that we, on this side of the House, don't buy memberships on behalf of someone else. I apologize, Minister, I'm not ceding the floor. So that's a challenge. That's a significant challenge. And I really do recognize there's been a couple members on the government side that have wanted to get up and contribute to the conversation. I thank you. That The argument may be that this is not the intention of why this is going in there. And I get that. I get that, government will come forward with good intentions. However, it's the opposition's job to point out that there are unintended consequences that can arise from those good-intentioned amendments or changes to legislation. The other thing that this bill does, Mr. Speaker, is that it limits the frequency of reporting at the constituency association level on donations from quarterly to annual. Which means that instead of Albertans being aware 4 times a year of what constituency associations have raised, it's once a year. And again, if we just follow the pattern of this government over the last 2 years, things they don't want Albertans to be aware of get released on a Friday around 5 o'clock. And once other stories have already taken over the media cycle. And so this could easily be one of those examples where now it's just once a year. And so that's a challenge, Mr. Speaker. I do have a number of questions, and I realize my time is short, or running short. A number of other changes this bill makes is again to third-party advertisers. And that's really the concern here, Mr. Speaker, is that the amount of money that will be funneled to, and I'll say political parties, but I can tell you the NDP neither asked for this nor has used this method to receive funding in the past. But this is something that the government of Alberta is trying to bring in. A backdoor way of ensuring that they can bring in funds. And again, Mr. Speaker, I think Albertans are asking the question of why is the government bringing this in? Is it the fact that they've been out fundraised for the last 4 quarters by the opposition? Is it the fact that they have a premier with the lowest ratings in Canada? Now, I don't know if it's the lowest in Alberta's history, but I would venture a guess we're getting near that bottom. We're almost there. Regardless, Mr. Speaker, there's a number of reasons why I do not support this bill.
Are there others on the amendment to refer? The honourable member for Edmonton Meadows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my pleasure to rise in the House to speak to the amendment on Bill 81, election statutes. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill proposes a number of changes. Out of them, few are very concerning personally to me, not only as a member of this House, as elected representative of Edmonton Meadows constituents, not only the views of my constituents share with me, but also witness of what exactly being proposed here and watching the obvious consequences of implementing policies like these in democratic processes. So as my colleague spoke so eloquently on this issue, member from Edmonton, Beverly, Castledown? No, Clearview. So, Beverly, Clearview. Thank you. These changes in this bill no way is promoting democracy in democratic institutions in the province of Alberta, if it is not helping on promoting the very democratic mechanism, democratic values, that means it's no way going to help the people of Alberta. And the changes specifically focus to increase the role of a big money into the politics, specifically in provincial elections, is obviously undermine number of principles that we adhere to being the democratic place. It is actually strengthening the barriers to ordinary people, ordinary Albertans. It is discouraging everyday Albertans that who are not able to compete or not able to, does not have a capacity to attract the huge amount of money into the politics. The politics is not about what do I say? The politics is about to serve the people of the jurisdiction with their best interest by serving their education systems or establishing universal health care and creating jobs or developing economic plans. So those were the things, those were the promises the UCP made in the elections, but soon after that, the Albertans seen one after another the RCMP investigations going into the Premier's leadership contest, and after a number of the provincial contestant in that the investigations are still going on. If we move this legislation as it is, it will, I just wanted to use, I don't know, I'm struggling to use very parliamentary language looking at this. I'll give way to Honorable Minister, sure.
Perhaps just to give my friend an opportunity.
So passionate, sure.
Oh, thank you. Just to give my friend an opportunity to find his place in his notes and to get an opportunity to collect his thoughts before he's able to further provide submissions to the chamber on his thoughts on this bill. I just thought I'd give the member an opportunity. And for anybody who recently saw another politician who might have lost his place, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Boris Johnson, although in that opportunity he ended up asking everybody if they'd seen or been to Peppa Pig World. Peppa Pig World. Who's been to Peppa Pig World? Not enough. Anyways, that's my Boris Johnson impersonation for the members opposite, to give the member some time to collect himself and provide an opportunity to finish his submissions.
I wish member had actually something better to add on to during the intervention. So that is exactly what is concerning in this bill, and that is exactly, this is how exactly you view the politics, and this is how you exactly interpret and define the political democracies when it comes to serving those very people. I come from the jurisdictions where I started my political activism at very age of 16, when I was just starting to join my post-secondary education. And since then, I have witnessed very closely as an insider the role of big money into the politics, how it was impediment to ordinary, enlightened, passionate, dedicated, committed people to enter into politics to serve those very people. And giving the unfair opportunity to those people who could just buy the elections. And buy the elections in the sense, in the meaning of thinking this is just as an investment into any other business as into politics. And a result of those things and those effects had pushed the people to the verge of losing every possibility or any social security they had in their lives. Losing the education system, even if you ask today's generation in India, they would not even believe that we ever had the accessible education system, free education system in India. They would see you're lying to us because they didn't see it. In the last 20 years, a role of the big money, the parties looking for those candidates who can bring tons of money in so they could win the elections, reform the governments, and end of the day, those people have to recover their investment from somewhere. Then assigning the contracts, selling the public properties, and letting the public health care demolish. And I understand the member of the government are really convinced, and it's very hard for them to see this because they did not experience anything practically. But surely there is no such example, even tons of articles when you hit, just enter one hit in the Google, the role of a big money, the positive role. You can just try to put any wording you wanted to put, the way you wanted to look into our neighbor country, the role of money in the US. So what those institutions coming up with the reportings, how this is contributing to the politics, how this is contributing to the country, how it's contributing to the community level politics. So the people like me, we come from racialized communities and we know how hard this is for us when it comes to stepping up to represent your communities, to participate in political system. And specifically when it comes to recruiting women, it's even tougher than that. And when you are focusing on candidates who can just dump the money into the nomination process, so that money could be funneled to your party coffers to win the elections, there's no way you're just muzzling the ordinary Albertans' voices. And definitely, not only because I sit on the opposition benches, because this bill is no way helping Albertans, Alberta generations, and cannot be supported as it is. So that is the basic reason that I wanted to support the amendment on this bill. By saying this, I would encourage all House members to, at this moment, at this time, support the amendment and not to pursue with this bill as it is. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any other members wishing to speak? The Honourable Member for Calgary East, followed by the Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain View.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank Honourable Member for this amendment. And I will not be able to support this amendment for many, many reasons. It is my pleasure to rise and speak today in this chamber to provide my support for Bill 81, the Election Statutes Amendment Act 2021, number 2. Let me first acknowledge the Minister for introducing this significant bill that will further strengthen our democracy by providing election financing rules and will set a definite election date while making it easier for Albertans to vote. Madam Speaker, this legislation is following the democratic reforms committed by the government. The legislature has enacted the Senate Election Act, and it came into effect in July 2019. It brought back the Senate nominee elections so voters can decide who will best represent them in the Senate and fight for Alberta's interests in Ottawa. And last month, Albertans were able to vote for 3 Senate nominees, and I congratulate the top 3 Senator nominees who got the most votes. And I hope that the Prime Minister would respect the results of the Senate elections. Alberta has held Senate elections 5 times now, including the one held in conjunction with the municipal elections last month. In each elections, Albertans voted for the Senate candidates that they wanted to put forward to the Queen's Privacy Council for Canada for filling future vacancies related to Alberta in the Senate of Canada. These names were put forward by the Government of Alberta for consideration by the federal government. There have been 5 Senate nominees elected in Alberta and were appointed to the Senate of Canada since 1919. Also, Bill 26, the Constitutional Referendum Amendment Act, was passed and made into effect in July 2020, which allowed the government to seek Albertans' guidance on initiatives beyond constitutional matters in order to get a fair deal for Albertans. Further, in June this year, Madam Speaker, the Citizens Initiative Act and Recall Act were enacted. The Citizens Initiative Act permit Albertans to bring forward important matters to the legislature for consideration. If enough support is received through a public petition, Albertans will be able to submit a proposed legislative and policy changes to the Legislative Assembly for consideration and submit proposed constitutional referendum questions to the provincial government. While the Recall Act allows Albertans to hold elected officials accountable throughout their term, not just during elections, It also created a process that could lead to the recall of elected officials, including members of Legislative Assembly, MLAs, municipal officials, and school trustees. Similarly, in June this year, Madam Speaker, Bill 68 was passed. It made it clear that all members of the Legislative Assembly, including ministers in their role as MLAs, are allowed to participate in public debate and share their views on the topic of referendums. All these, together with Bill 81, are with the aim to follow through the promise made by the provincial government with the role of strengthening democracy and accountability in Alberta. And by enhancing and modernizing our electoral system and governance, Madam Speaker, it contributes to boosting of investors' confidence to our province. And just last year alone, Madam Speaker, we saw huge investments. Amazon Web Services has announced that they will build their second Canadian hub in Canada in the Calgary region. This investment will create 1,000 jobs in a total of $4.3 billion. The Northern Petrochemical Corporation announced a plan of $2.5 billion investment to build a major petrochemical facility in the Grandview Industrial Gateway near Grand Prairie. The facility will create thousands of jobs and contribute to further diversification of the Peace region. The facility will be a multi-billion-dollar carbon-neutral ammonia and methanol production facility in the municipal district of Grandview. The facility is expected to create over 4,000 jobs during the construction phase and 400 long-term jobs for the region when the facility is in operation. This investment proves that Alberta's recovery plan is working to diversify our economy, attract investment, and create jobs. And like I mentioned, Madam Speaker, by strengthening democracy and modernizing our electoral system, it contributes to investors' confidence. Bill 81 will improve our electoral system by banning foreign money from Alberta politics. It will allow only those who live in Alberta to contribute to a third party for election advertising and prohibit those not living in Canada and non-Canadian corporations and organizations from donating to political advertising. Foreign entities have no business interfering in Alberta's election. Our province belongs to Albertans, and elections should remain a time for Albertans to discuss and determine the fate of the province without the involvement of foreign influence. It is not acceptable to allow external influences to meddle with the electoral process of our province. Should foreign money be put in place during an important exercise of democracy in our province, then we should be seeing political agendas that would not benefit Albertans, would be experiencing foreign entities promoting their own plans that trend to be disadvantageous to Albertans. This bill, Madam Speaker, will amend the Election Finances and Contributions Disclosure Act by explicitly disallowing election advertising contribution made to a third party other than by a person ordinarily resident in Alberta.
Sorry,
Bill 81.
take an intervention? Oh, you are going to take an intervention.
All right, there you go. We took yours was the best one for the whole time.
Hey, I like interventions as much as the next person. So I'll make my question brief. The member is talking about people who shouldn't be allowed to engage in various issues for various reasons, and that's fine. But this is clearly an ethical comment. I'm just a little curious what ethical examination the member himself did before commenting on something that changes the rules for financial contributions for candidates, and before commenting on something that changes the ability to buy memberships, which could clearly sway an election for a nomination contest in light of the allegations that the member himself faced.
Thank Thank you, Honorable Member, for such an important question here and raising that concern. We know that funding is important for election campaigns, but it is also important that there must be a limit on amount a political party or candidate can spend during elections. Bill 81 ensures that there is an election expense limit for registered parties, Madam Speaker. It sets that the limit of calculated by multiplying $1.16 with the number of registered voters. The amount of $1.16 is used by BC as well, multiplied with the number of voters and varies on how long the campaign period. In Ontario and Quebec, they also used a certain amount multiplied by the number of voters to determine the election expense limit in their jurisdictions. And, Madam Speaker, I will continue with my expression. Similarly, Bill 81 explicitly disallows political advertising contributions to a third party or a corporation, unincorporated association, or organization that is incorporated, formed, or otherwise organized outside Canada and that does not carry on business in Canada, or whose only business activity in Canada consists of doing anything to influence electors to vote or refrain from voting to vote or from voting for a specific registered candidate or registered political party. In other words, the bill will not permit a foreign entity that is not engaged in business in Canada to make political advertising donations to a third party. And even if that foreign entity is engaged in businesses in Canada, but not with the purpose of influencing voters to vote or not to vote in general, like promoting that all the leaders are incapable, so everyone should not vote. Or their purpose is to encourage Albertans to vote or not to vote for a specific candidate or party, then the foreign entity is prohibited from making third-party contributions in accordance with the bill, Madam Speaker. A political party, constituency association, or candidate will be also disallowed to make political advertising contributions to a third party. As can be seen, Bill 81 is about 320 pages both sides. With your kind indulgence, allow me to highlight some of the changes this bill carries, Madam Speaker. Bill 81 would establish the last Monday in May as the election day in Alberta, removing the advantage a governing party currently has, and increases trust in the democratic process. This will ensure that the sitting government will not be campaigning at taxpayers' expense during the campaign while delaying an election to their advantage. Alberta is one of only 2 provinces in Canada not to have fixed election date legislation. The other being Nova Scotia. Both the Canadian and United Kingdom parliaments have also adopted into law specific fixed election dates. Consistent with the establishment of a set election date, the bill will make the start of campaign periods the day the writ is issued instead of February 1st. This bill would also establish a formula for determining election expense limit for parties, which would reflect the increase in cost for campaign expenses. Currently, there is a flat limit of $2 million. The new limit would be $1.16 per registered voter. And Bill 81, Madam Speaker, will make voting easier for Albertans by providing flexibility for increasing the number of advancing voting stations where needed. It would also require voters to produce identification to vote in provincial elections, as in municipal and federal elections, increasing the integrity of Alberta elections. Likewise, it will allow voter cards to be sent electronically as well as by mail. It will change legislation so employers are only obliged to give an employee time off for voting if the employee's schedule does not provide the employee with 3 consecutive hours to vote during advance voting or on election day. The amendments would also help voting places run more smoothly and efficiently by allowing election officers to fulfill a variety of roles instead of being restricted to specialized duties. This bill also introduces minor changes to election-related legislation to make sure they are aligned and the language is consistent throughout. It also updates the language in and add references to the Recall Act and the Citizens Initiative Act to election-related legislation. This bill also clarifies that the election commissioner cannot start a citizen initiative petition while allowing rules for the citizens initiative vote to be made by regulation. The expense limit for nomination contestants will be increased by this bill from 20% to 25% of a candidate's limit. It will also make contributions to nomination contestants, those seeking to the official candidate in a riding, not part of the donor's maximum contributions. With all that said, Madam Speaker, the bill carries the changes that needed to strengthen our democracy. This bill gets big money out of Alberta politics by prohibiting other jurisdictions and foreign entities from unduly influencing Alberta elections. We do not want to see and experience foreign agendas advancing to detriment of Albertans. We want to leave the core of the electoral process to Albertans. We want Albertans to continue to choose their leaders freely without the control or command of foreign money. In closing, Madam Speaker, let me again express my support for the bill, and thank you very much.
I would like to think the applause is for me, but the honourable member, any other honourable members wishing to speak? The honourable member for Calgary Mountain View.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise and speak to this bill. I think there are a lot of concerns in Bill 81, probably more than can be covered in the time allotted to us. Now, the first concern, obviously, and one of the biggest to me, is the idea of allowing people to buy memberships for others. And I think that's a pretty bold position for a government to take while their leader is under investigation for, exactly those allegations. And so I find it a little questionable, and it highlights some interesting issues with our current Conflicts of Interest Act in this province, Madam Speaker. So that act focuses primarily on financial things, all things financial. So it's a conflict of interest if it's money related. I will give way.
Well, thank you. Madam Speaker, perhaps a question to the member, because we did hear Edmonton Beverly Clairview crow about the constitution that the NDP have. Now there's 2 constitutions, federally and provincially. I searched them both. Article 2 in the provincial constitution deals with party memberships, and I didn't see any prohibition on paying for someone else's membership in their constitution. So knowing as well that the Election Finances and Contribution Disclosure Act, the EFCDA, at section 25 deals with party memberships, but only to the extent that it makes it clear that a party membership, until it's over $50, is not a donation to a party. That's why membership to a political party is mentioned at all in the EFCDA. So there's never been a prohibition on paying for someone's membership. Can she confirm to us the 100% certainty that she's never, ever, ever heard of a union paying for a member in the New Democratic Party of Alberta's membership ever? If she could advise us that she's aware of that.
I'm happy to do that, Madam Speaker. I'm not aware of any such thing having occurred. That doesn't definitively tell you anything. It just tells you I haven't heard anything. It's a bit of an odd question from the honourable member. Again, in light of the fact that he is a member of the party whose leader is under review. In addition, Madam Speaker, I think in light of the members heckling and losing their minds about how it's not classy to ask a member who was under active investigation for fraud, forgery, and bribery whether he ought to be commenting on these things, that was a bit of a funny question. But Madam Chair, I would say the concern is that this would allow people, it makes legal that which was of concern in that very leadership race. And that's problematic. I think the idea that, the members of the party select the contestant and that those members sort of all have to come forward and get their own memberships, I think is an important one. Because again, the concerns that we have seen recently sort of center around whether there were valid memberships and whether the email addresses associated with the memberships were valid. And those are all very real concerns that were at minimum shared by the current Honourable Minister of Economic Development and Trade at one point. So they're certainly not concerns that exist only on one side of the House. And I think, I believe that there are members of every party and that there are people of every political persuasion who care about these sort of issues and who care about the members being in a position to select candidates and select leaders. Now, that isn't to say, of course, that there shouldn't be, some sort of restriction on these sorts of things, but yeah, I think it's important that people buy their own memberships. So that's a big concern for me. Another huge concern in this act is that there's no limit on donations to nomination candidates. So again, this is a huge backdoor for big money to come back in. Why? Because when those nomination contests end, any additional sort of money winds up with the party. So this essentially opens the door to do indirectly what one cannot do directly, which is to say, donate unlimited amounts of money. It allows the influence of big money back into politics. And I think, Madam Speaker, if we look around, at what is currently happening, it's my belief that is potentially of concern, because if there is one thing we have seen, it is that the quality of candidates that are coming forward, the actual individual people who are sitting in those chairs, are extremely relevant to the policies of a government, policies which at the end of the day impact the lives of each and every Albertan. So I think that this is a huge issue. There's a lot of policies that we see coming forward from the members opposite that I think are of concern generally to Albertans. One such policy, for instance, has to do with restricting access to medical procedures for women, for transgender people, for any number of individuals. That's a big deal, Mr. Speaker, and it is not, I believe, a value shared by everyone who would consider themselves a conservative. And so for someone who would consider themselves a conservative but doesn't sort of buy into all that sort of social conservatism, I think it would be very, very troubling to have this sort of unlimited amount of money coming in and potentially influencing elections, because it leaves them with a party that doesn't represent their values any longer. And we have exactly that situation here in Alberta. So the members opposite seem to find this extremely funny. I don't really see how I mean, allegations of election fraud are not that funny. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a huge concern. The unlimited money coming in is a huge concern. The comments of the member from Calgary East that were, I mean, loosely at best related to anything in the bill, were a big concern. I think, in addition, the sort of way the criteria are framed around third-party advertisers is also a concern for me. So one of the other things in terms of governance that we see as a problem is, you know, we have a bunch of independent officers, and we want them to be independent, Mr. Speaker. It's really critical. There have been allegations, you know, historically, currently in this province, in other provinces, in other countries, about sort of appointing essentially political people to these positions, right? Because those people, the people in these sorts of roles, like, well, I guess the elections commissioner doesn't exist anymore, it's the chief electoral officer now, but these are critical roles for oversight in democracy. And we're seeing some folks come up sort of for having someone appointed. The Information and Privacy Commissioner, also very, very important role. And what we need is people who are independent in these positions. But the changes here that allow these super sort of broad criteria that are like open and subject to wild interpretation really invite political parties to appoint people who are not serving in the interest of the public, but are serving in the interest of the party of the day. And so I will highlight the provisions that I feel are of concern. So in determining whether a third party is affiliated, the chief electoral officer shall consider, and there's a whole list of things, and I'm just sort of picking sections, including whether a person holding any of the following positions, so whether there's similar positions, interactions or agreements, the extent to which a third party participates in decision making. I mean, those are broad but not as concerning. The one that I would say is of most concern is 5.2D, which finishes as, including the extent to which a third party has been involved in electoral campaigns or public statements in support of or in opposition to a registered party, registered candidate, or registered party, or other registered party or registered candidate of any other registered party. And then E, which says the political programs, advertising materials, and policy statements of third party, of registered third parties. So here's my concern with that, Mr. Speaker. Say someone is a parent of a disabled student, and so they want to advocate for their child to have access to education. I would call that a pretty legitimate position. And say they come together and they create an association to advocate on that issue because they care, because their child has a disability, because other children have disabilities, and they feel that those children should have equal access to education. So they come together, and those parents, and they create a third-party advertiser. And then say, you know, the third-party advertiser is doing its thing, it's successful in the way that third-party advertisers can sometimes be, and it sort of brings the issue to the public consciousness. We've seen this a lot with this government. We've seen, you know, signs about saying no to coal. We've seen signs about protecting education, about protecting health care. So these third-party advertisers can do a good job of bringing issues to the public consciousness. Now, I'm not suggesting that power can't be used inappropriately. It absolutely can. But the point of democracy is for everyone to be able to engage. So if someone wants to run an education campaign to make their neighbors understand why it's important that all children have equal access to education, that, in my opinion, should absolutely be their right. And if we make it the case that isn't their right, I mean, arguably constitutional violation, but in addition, huge ethical problem. in my view. And so now we're in a position where, say that person has been associated with a third-party advertiser, they've done this work, and they think, you know, I want to go further. I want to put my name forward for whatever party I've chosen, and I want to run for election to go to the legislature and bring even more attention to this issue, to the issue of ensuring that children with disabilities have equal access to education. Now suddenly, potentially, there's a problem with that advertiser who may have gone on, because there's no time limit in here. So the person leaves a third-party advertiser, they go put their name forward for a nomination, and now suddenly there's a problem with that advertiser being able to advertise. I don't know. I think that's problematic. And that's just one example of the way in which this criteria is potentially overbroad and could potentially have consequences that we don't want it to have. So I would say that that is a big concern. Yeah, I think anything that would become problematic for that parent in that situation, I don't know. To me, it reads like that's a possibility. So, I mean, I'm certainly happy to have the minister stand up and explain, you know, what prevents that from happening. But it looks to me like if a third-party advertiser was advocating on that issue, and a candidate was specifically running for a nomination on that same issue, i.e. ensuring that that children with disabilities continue to have access to education, that potentially that becomes problematic. And there would be a determination of those entities being affiliated, and I don't know, it doesn't seem like that could be the intent of the legislation, or I would hope that it's not the intent. So in addition to that, I think there are several other I would say those are the main ones. Those are probably the main ones. There's also changes with respect to the power of the Elections Commissioner, and in this case, I more so have a question, because sort of what's happening is that the Elections Commissioner is no longer able to cease an investigation. So they can refuse to conduct an investigation, but they can't cease one. And they can only give notice of a refusal to the party who requested the investigation, or all parties at the conclusion of an investigation. So this is really interesting in light of the fact that when this government scrapped the Election Commissioner, they were under active investigation by the Elections Commissioner at that time. And so now that may or may not continue, but they're making provisions to who gets notified of what and when, at the same time that that's potentially ongoing. And I find that troubling and problematic, which sort of brings me back, I suppose, to the initial statement I had before this legislature, shortly after the UCP had, well, Mr. Speaker, I guess I'll get a chance to bring that up my next go-round.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs has risen to join in the debate.
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this. I wasn't planning on it, but some of what I just heard kind of inspired me to get on my feet. I have to say I was highly entertained by the comment about if a party wants somebody nominated, it could affect everybody's life. Well, Mr. Speaker, there's 87 members in this chamber that affect everybody's life. And the honourable member seems troubled by that. I guess for those watching at home, all 12 of them, Mr. Speaker, there's what we just heard, the NDP just accidentally told us the difference between them and us. We trust the people of Alberta to elect responsible people. They want to pre-pick everybody so that they get people that will just do the exact things that they want to do because they don't trust Albertans, Mr. Speaker. They don't want anybody's name on the ballot to get elected. See, the honourable member didn't even consider the fact that when somebody gets nominated, they still actually have to win the election. Now, most of us here on all sides of the House won an election probably with 4 or 5 people in that election, and the voters decided. But in the NDP world, they want to decide everything themselves. And what was really rich, about 3 minutes after the honourable member said that, he talked about, well, what if the party just did stuff to appoint people? This from the party who appoints essentially every member that ever runs for them in any election, with a couple of exceptions, but not very many, Mr. Speaker. They're offended by their own behavior. I know they accidentally said it out loud in here a few minutes ago, but they did actually say it out loud in here a few minutes ago, Mr. Speaker. They said the most troubling thing is if a party appoints their own people, which that's kind of almost the definition of the NDP. They just appoint all their own people. And I'm glad to hear them admit that that's a problem, Mr. Speaker, because that is the difference between the folks on that side of the House and the folks on this side of the House. You know what, Mr. Speaker? There's people that come here with different skills, experiences, life experiences, things that they do, and some certain of us have more and less to offer in different areas. But you know what's important, Mr. Speaker? You don't get to decide those people, who those people are. It's equally important that I don't get to decide who those people are. The voters of Alberta get to decide who those people are, and on this side of the House, we trust the voters of Alberta. We want our province to be in the hands of the people of Alberta. But over there, they like to appoint everybody. In fact, it seems to me that it almost sounded from that speech like the election itself is quite an inconvenience, that they should have their leader appoint everybody that sits in this room, and that should be just fine with everybody. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's not how democracy works in this great country of Canada. There might be countries in the world where they run things like that, but not this one, Mr. Speaker. And yet, we just heard a former Minister of the Crown more or less advocate for that. Wow. Wow. I think I have an intervention here, Mr. Speaker.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And perhaps the member, if I could ask the member this question, then perhaps in light of this information that he's speaking about, perhaps instead of the NDP, as we refer to them in this room, perhaps we should start referring to them as the OAP, the Old Autocratic Party. Perhaps the member could let us know if he agrees with me or not.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's understand the NDP actually could be called the Old Autocratic Party, but they're actually called the New Democratic Party, despite the fact their behavior in their speech tonight didn't necessarily, it sounded more like the Old Autocratic Party than the New Democratic Party, but respectfully, the name of their party is the New Democratic Party, whether they live up to that or not. But thinking about the people that were appointed when they were in government gave Albertans a whole number of gifts that they didn't appreciate, starting with the carbon tax. They showed the maximum amount of disrespect to the rural people in Alberta with Bill 6, where they said after Albertans working the land, raising livestock, raising crops, they said they were going to create safety, create an attitude of safety on Mr. Speaker. Wow, I guess that's what happens when, and maybe the member was partially right, when all the people that run in the election are appointed, that's sometimes the risk you take, right? They're the ones that messed up the electricity business, Mr. Speaker. They're the ones that drove over $100 billion worth of investment out of this province and took the jobs away from 180,000 people. Wow. Mr. Speaker, the same folks that have members that are in favor of Extinction Rebellion and stood by Suzuki when he was essentially advocating for violence to make a political point, Mr. Speaker. So I guess, despite the fact that the member probably had to rehearse that speech, might not have said all those things, but the NDP tonight, Mr. Speaker, accidentally admitted who they are. And I just thought for those watching that they should actually recognize just how obvious that was.
Are there others? I might just provide the House a small reminder that from time to time the Speaker will allow some discretion with respect to relevance. And I just want to let the House be reminded that that is equally applied amongst all sides of the Assembly. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to Bill 81 in second reading. And Mr. Speaker, I mean, considering the sheer volume of this bill, you know, traditionally we speak in second reading in general terms and looking for themes and direction. And I must say, you know, this has got to be perhaps the biggest or the second biggest bill I literally have ever seen walk through the door of this chamber. I think, as the honourable member from Beverly Clareview pointed out to me, perhaps the MGA is bigger in scope and sheer size, but I mean, this is a formidable piece of legislation running at 159 pages. And so with that, I think we need to make sure, Mr. Speaker, we are giving it due consideration and looking at it in its entirety and looking at it in detail as well. And so what I hope to do here this evening, I want to make sure I share my time with other members, is to just talk about some of the general themes that we see in this bill and where we can look for places to perhaps improve the bill. Because, of course, when you're talking about election statutes, it's an evolution, Mr. Speaker. It's not as though you have the basic precepts of democracy and voting and so forth, and you know, for citizens to exercise that right. But it's not just as simple as that, because of course the other element in elections is money and what money buys in an election. And here in 2021, of course, it's a lot to do with not just reaching people on an individual basis, which is very important. I mean, I've certainly won elections just by that simple door-to-door personal interaction, but also across the province using various forms of media to get your message across as well. And so of course, you need to purchase that media and purchase that capacity, and it's very important that you exercise all facets of democracy in the widest possible way, but you must make sure as well that money is somehow moderated so that you're not allowing the people with the most money to have the most power and thus gain the power in this chamber and be in charge of the province. And so when I reflect on that in a general way, you know, I can always think about other democracies and how they function and how we can learn from them. And perhaps the biggest, best example is right next door to us in the United States of America, where big money has literally overrun the democratic process in the United States, and it influences every action that takes place by elected members and political parties and every layer of level of government in that country. And first and foremost, I think all of us need to take two steps back and always make sure that we're not allowing that level of big money to influence the way that we run our democratic process here in the province of Alberta. And I was just talking to one of my colleagues and I was reminded she also had served as a delegate for PNWAR, which is the Pacific Northwest organization that includes a number of states and provinces around this part of North America. And I was just reminded, and she was as well, about just how astounding it was to talk to our American counterparts and see how much money they had to raise every day in order to maintain their electability in the next election. And the degree to which exponentially they had to raise money compared to what we do here with certain restrictions and laws that we have in place was exponential. And it literally, Mr. Speaker, interfered with their ability to do their job as a democratically elected person to represent their own particular area. They were so preoccupied with raising money, and they did, in confidence and friendly trade chat between nations, offer this information, sometimes with a few drinks, help to lubricate the process, right? Telling us that if they could not, one gentleman told me if I could ascertain that I was not going to get money from a conversation with a constituent or with someone in my area, within the first few sentences, he had to move on to the next person. Not because he had an issue to deal with, but because he needed to put a certain amount of money into the bank every day to make sure that he could be competitive in the next election. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that's the way to run a democracy. And every step of the way, when we build legislation around election statutes, we have to make sure that we are keeping it as a fair, accessible process that all Albertans can access. And so some parts of this bill, the scope of it is immense, right? It has changes to the Income Tax Act, the Alberta Senate Act, Citizens Initiative Act, Elections Act, Election Finances, Legislative Assembly Act, Local Authorities Election Act, Recall Act, and the changes to terminology therein as well. And so, I think we need to separate the wheat from the chaff, so to speak, with this bill at 159 pages, and make sure that we're debating it properly and looking at that basic principle that I outlined here this evening. And that is to make sure that there's no way by which we can exceed reasonable limits for expenditures in our own elections in our constituencies and across the province as well. And again, the one that sort of jumped out, and we saw the media and people who analyze these things that jumped out straight away, was this whole idea of financing and being able to put money into nominations at a constituency level. And we know that in some places you have contested nominations, in other places you don't have contested nominations. It's as simple as that. And, we've had the good fortune as we have grown as a party to have many more contested nominations, which is, I think, a sign of healthy democracy. However, the idea that you can, in those nominations, and then the government can correct us if we're wrong here. This is an organic process that we engage in here. But if there is a way by which people can make donations without a set limit into those nominations for their party contests, then that is a red flag that tells us that perhaps this is something that will allow money through the back door to be put into both the constituency coffers and into the provincial party coffers as well. And so, that's the main concern that jumped out at me with this bill straight away, because, when we had our Bill 1, right, I think it was, when we were in government, we tried to build a process by which we could get big money out of politics, right? They had limits for how much you could spend on a constituency level and on a provincial level as well, right? Banning donations and so forth. And so, I think it was a pretty good first step, the Bill 1 that we put in place. And I think it really helped to bring things into a more local level, right? I saw before, in 2015, for example, you saw individual constituencies spending more than $100,000 or $120,000 or more on a single constituency election campaign. And for many other parties, this just was not attainable. And so having basic limitations on how much you can spend on a constituency level during an electoral period, I think was a real step forward for this province. What I think potentially, and maybe there's some clarification that can be brought across from the other side, this idea that you can donate to the individual constituency nomination meeting and donate more than a limit, and then move that money to both the constituency bank account and to the provincial bank account, that's a problem. And maybe it's hard for... Sorry.
They have provided significant leniency with discretion, or with respect to relevance. However, I just perhaps remind the member that we are currently debating REF 1 with respect to the bill that's before the Assembly, and Maybe he was just taking the long way around to make that point, but it certainly is.
You know what? That was thanks for that, Mr. Speaker. I mean, this is my first chance to actually speak to this bill, and so, there I was, just in my speak the first time mode, which can always add a subjunctive clause, which would suggest that, of course, REF 1 is an appropriate way by which we could take a step back to, deal with a 159-page bill and get the answers we need, especially in regards to the nomination donation section of this bill, which in my first reading is the most troublesome part of this bill. And so, by referring and taking a step back on this, I think it's not unreasonable. And of course, I did have that in the back of my mind somewhere. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I will cede the floor to others. And I hope that we can get answers to those things. And I hope that we can perhaps take some time to build a election statutes amendment act that is reasonable and does serve democracy and the people of Alberta. Thanks.
Honourable members, on Amendment REF1, are there others? The Honourable Member for Calgary Call, Edmonton Castle Downs, Calgary McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to this referral motion, and it's an important one. And I will outline my arguments briefly and quickly. First and foremost, that the main reason that why this bill should be referred to the committee for further consideration is this, that every time UCP comes close to our election laws, we get scared, Albertan gets scared. And the reason for that is that Premier himself is still under investigation for 2017 leadership race. That's a fact. And there are 67 members of cabinet and caucus who are reached out by our CMP in relation to that leadership race. Those things make us concerned about anything UCP does with election laws. If they want to change election laws, they should come clean on all those allegations, all those investigations. And what they have done further, the election commissioner, who was investigating them for that investigation, they banded together and fired that election commissioner as well. That's why we get concerned. That's why we get scared. That's why I think this referral motion is important, that it be referred to a committee, Families and Communities Committee, I believe, where we can look into this bill in further detail, where Albertan can weigh in on the provisions of this bill, because it's an important bill. It relates to democracy and democratic institutions. That's why this bill is important. It's important that it be referred to the committee. Second thing is that there are a number of changes in this legislation, some of which can be tracked back to the work of the Democratic Accountability Committee, but a number of them cannot be tracked back to that committee, the work of that committee. So meaning that some changes were recommended by the Democratic Accountability Committee, but some changes are inserted in this bill by the UCP. And from the appearance of it, it looks like that they are for the benefit of UCP and not to strengthen the democracy. They didn't consult on those changes. These are the changes that benefit them. For instance, this legislation will allow people to buy membership on other people's behalf. I'm sure that there is some investigation going on in relation to exactly the same thing. Some member buying memberships on behalf of others using their credit cards, and hence there is an investigation. We cannot just let those changes pass through. Those changes need to be debated, need to be deliberated, and Albertans need to be given opportunity to weigh in. That's why this referral is important. Then there are changes to nomination contests. This bill makes significant changes to those contests. And more importantly, they're getting rid of reporting and accountability in those contests. They're letting the money flow from those contests into the party coffers. And hence the changes in the overall spending limits as well. When we became government in 2015, the first thing we did, we changed election finances law and leveled the playing field. Before then, an Albertan could contribute $15,000 in a normal year and $30,000 in an election year. And both corporations and individuals could do that. We banned corporate and union donations. And we brought down that limit to $4,000. We put a limit on nomination contests as well. So it's not a contest of just those who have the resources and those who have the money. These are significant changes. These will change the shape of our democracy. And I don't think that that was recommended by the Democratic Accountability Committee. These are the changes I think suit UCP and their donor base. They're not for the benefit of democracy, and that's why I think it's important that this bill be referred to the committee for a detailed analysis. I mentioned earlier that it is reducing transparency in our system, election finances law. And there are certain restrictions on third-party advertising as well that need to be deliberated on and consulted on. And it is for all those reasons that I urge all members of this House that for the benefit, for the sake of democracy, refer this bill to the committee where we can look at it in detail, where we can invite Albertan subject matter experts to weigh in on this. And with that, I move that we adjourn debate on this and let members think about it. Take that
To adjourn debate, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried.
Government bills and orders for second reading. Bill 78, Alberta Housing Amendment Act, 2021. Adjourn debate on amendment. Ms. Sweet.
Members, we are on Amendment REF1. There are members wishing to join debate on the referral amendment. The Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to speak to this bill and to speak to REF1, which moves that the bill be referred to committee. I feel like, in terms of my comments on things we could do with this bill, referring it to committee is probably the politest way I could put it. Madam Speaker, this bill accompanies UCP action to cut funding for affordable housing to just over 1/6 of what it would have been under the NDP plan. Now, I'll choose my words carefully, lest an honourable minister get up and try to rewrite history, although why they would do that immediately after I spoke when everyone can see the Hansard, I'm not really sure, but there you go. So this bill is extremely problematic, and I've laid out a couple of reasons why in the past, but I think it's worth restating
why it's extremely problematic. So why should it be referred to a committee? Well, what this bill does is it gives the minister the ability to designate something as affordable housing. Not with restrictions, not with requirements of like it being a certain percentage of your income or a certain percentage of market value or tied to anything at all. It just gives the minister the ability to, for whatever reason the minister has, point to something and say, now that's affordable housing. I mean, I guess that's one way to create affordable housing. I'm using air quotes, I guess, for the benefit of Hansard. But it's not really a way to create affordable housing, because even though it's been called, quote unquote, affordable housing, it's not necessarily affordable. It's just called that because the Act has given the minister the ability to call anything she wants that. So that's extremely problematic because in addition to the UCP's moves to cut affordable housing, to sell off affordable housing with no requirement that the housing remain affordable, we now have this measure that just creates a lack of transparency. And this is the fundamental problem with this government, right? They want to be able to talk about the good things that they're doing, but none of the things they're doing are good. So they have to invent things. I'm sorry, would the member like to intervene? Certainly, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry, the honourable member was quite loud, so I thought perhaps he was attempting to intervene and had just forgotten to stand. So certainly it's the case that, where was I? Oh, right. Simply giving the minister the ability to call things affordable housing is not the correct way to increase affordable housing. Because while it may allow them to create splashy news announcements and try to mislead the people of this province, I think what it doesn't actually do is create any affordable housing, which is kind of the point. Now, I'm sure that the UCP, they seem to have pivoted off of this, but they often stand up in this place and say, oh, it's about fiscal responsibility. But here's the thing. Cutting affordable housing is not fiscally responsible. I can't state that more clearly. I'm going to say it again. Cutting affordable housing is not fiscally responsible because it is far, far cheaper to invest in affordable housing, to house people in affordable housing, than it is to house them in the justice system, which is often the alternative. And so at a time when we're seeing mass increases in homelessness, due, I would say, not entirely, but in large part to the actions of this government, taking steps to reduce the amount of affordable housing is absolutely the wrong direction. So I think one of the things that has been demonstrated by piles and piles and piles of evidence is that it is very difficult to deal with any other challenge you have, be it an addiction, be it a mental health challenge, if you don't have some place to live. Living on the street is incredibly hard. You have to be constantly aware for danger from around you because you're not in a protected environment. You're sleeping outside. It's cold. There isn't enough to eat. You're trying to sort of bring your possessions with you. You're trying to find enough money for food for that day. You're trying to find some sort of shelter potentially. And again, you're sort of in a position of constant fear. And if not fear of someone stealing your possessions or fear of someone physically injuring you, then potentially fear of someone coming along and moving you on from the place where you finally come to sleep after potentially days of being awake. It is not an easy lifestyle, which is why affordable housing, and particular housing first, is such an incredible model, because people, for the most part, want to be contributing members of society. They want to give back, to have a job, to have a place to live, to make a difference in the world around them. But it is very difficult for them to be focused on that when they are focused on their day-to-day survival. And giving them a place to live allows them to shift their focus. It allows them to have a warm, safe place to sleep and access to food, and it just makes a world of difference in your ability to deal with everything else in your life. Once you have a home, you can deal with your addictions, you can deal with your mental health challenges, you can deal with your lack of education or your inability to find a job, because again, it's extremely challenging if you're living on the street to gain employment. And there's a whole bunch of things. You need addresses for benefits. It's just extremely problematic. And so people wind up in situations where they're in these incredibly difficult situations. And often, and this is one of the things, I think I mentioned this in my last speaking, one of the things I'm proudest about that we did while we were in government, we made it the case that a bylaw ticket for something like failing to pay for your C-train no longer meant that you would go to jail if you didn't pay it. We had that in Alberta up until our government came in. It was the case that if you had a bylaw ticket and you didn't pay it, a warrant would issue for your arrest, and you were issued what are called days in default, which essentially meant that in lieu of being able to pay your ticket for loitering, which is just being where you ought not to be, which if you have no place to go because you're homeless is, a ticket you're likely to get, let's put it that way. For riding the C-train without paying, for failing to have your dog on a leash, those sorts of things, you don't go to jail if you don't pay that ticket anymore. And that makes a big difference. It makes a big difference in the lives of a lot of people. And it can change the trajectory of their entire life. Once you've been to jail once you're in the system, there is clear evidence that you are more likely to go back there than an average member of the public. So keeping people from going into the justice system and into the prison system and into the police system in the first place is a much more effective way of reducing social disorder. So that was a very long way of saying that the UCP may save a little bit of money in this budget, but the downstream costs that they're going to face in 5 years, in 10 years, are going to so dwarf the small amount of money that they cut from affordable housing that it's just, you just can't call it fiscally responsible. There is just no universe in which you could call it fiscally responsible to save, just under $1 billion now and spend several billion over years and years and years, not to mention the impact on the lives of those people who could otherwise have gone on to have a totally different trajectory, who could have avoided going to prison, who could have avoided living on the street. Demonstrably tends to shorten people's lifespans, even if it's only for a period of time. And so this is a big deal for people. So this, in my view, Madam Speaker, is an extremely, extremely bad bill. It is made worse by the fact that the minister continues to stand up over and over again and claim that this will increase affordable housing without any sort of argument to support that. Like, it's sometimes we disagree on things, Madam Speaker, that are kind of arguable, right? That sort of both sides of the argument have some valid points. This is not one of those times. The idea that cutting the funding for affordable housing, that allowing affordable housing to be sold off with no requirement to use the money from the sale for more affordable housing, with no requirement that the affordable housing stay affordable. This actually happened to a building in the riding I had previously represented in Calgary Buffalo, where it was a CMHC program, so it was a federal program, but the lease had come up, and so there was no longer a requirement for the building to be affordable. And the society that ran it began raising the rents immediately. And I know the members opposite will talk about the mixed model. I think the mixed model is good. It's a good model. I totally agree that that is a great way to move forward. The problem with this bill is that whether you're using the mixed model or not, cutting funding for affordable housing will not create more affordable housing. There is no amount of efficiency in the world that will cause that math to work out. And it's incredibly troubling to me that the UCP keeps saying it, because I can only speculate. They haven't given us an answer to this yet. I can only speculate that what they intend to do is to use this ability to call things affordable housing, when they are not. And then march out to the public and say, look, we increased affordable housing and it had no impact at all. It didn't make the healthcare system less expensive. It didn't make the justice system less expensive. It didn't improve homelessness. And so I guess we better just completely cut it now, because we made all this affordable housing and it didn't work. And that's really troubling to me, because, again, calling something affordable doesn't make it affordable. And so it just opens up all of these arguments that are extremely problematic, and that are one of the things that I have sort of always found most problematic, and one of the things that drove me into politics to combat was this tendency to try and call something it isn't, because I think that's problematic. You know, there are tough decisions to be made. Everyone who's ever governed has made tough decisions. I wouldn't deny that there are tough decisions over there, just the same as we had tough decisions on our side. I wouldn't even deny that they've made the occasional decision right. But in order to make those tough decisions appropriately in a democracy, the people of the province need to know what's going on. And giving the ability, passing a piece of legislation that says, henceforth the sky shall be orange, will not make the sky orange. It will only mean that we call it orange. Likewise, passing a piece of legislation to allow the minister to call things affordable housing will not make them affordable. It will not make homes for people. And so this bill troubles me. It troubles me from a social policy perspective. It troubles me from a transparency perspective. It troubles me from a perspective I guess that's just comes back to transparency. But in order to have sort of rational and meaningful public conversations about these things, what we really ought best to do is to avoid provisions exactly like those that are in this legislation. Selling off affordable housing will not create more. I feel like the minister has stood up so many times and engaged in this sort of magical thinking.
Members, just a reminder, we are on the referral amendment. Are there any other members wishing to join the debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Decour. No, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise this evening to speak to the referral on Bill 78. Of course, the Alberta Housing Amendment Act. And I really appreciated the comments that we just heard regarding this legislation and why it should go to referral. I think there's some important points to be made about the fact that just because we call it affordable housing doesn't make it so. And maybe I'll get to more of that in a short period. But I continue to see this government doing what's politically expedient for themselves. Obviously, we are held, for the most part, to 4 years of being in government unless an election were to be called early. And, some of the decisions that this government is making, I mean, looking back at Bill 81 and the decisions they've made around recall legislation and so on and so forth, little off the point, obviously, Madam Speaker, but it seems that they're making these decisions like a government that is on their way out. And I would say that Bill 78 is no exception to that. Again, we see decisions that are being made that is true to conservative ideology, I suppose, where they will sell off government or assets that belong to the public or that are under government control at this point to, well, either get liabilities off their own books or to turn a profit in the short term, but obviously to the detriment of Albertans. And in this instance, Albertans that need support more than ever, but to the detriment of them. And it's so unfortunate. And another great example, obviously, I'm not sure if the minister has decided to change course specific to the issue of government registry land titles, because there was a big discussion happening around the sale of those. And again, advocates to keeping it in-house were saying, why are you even considering this? Obviously, we have budget concerns before us, and those need to be tackled. I mean, I would argue that this current government has not been able to tackle that in any meaningful way. But you are going to sell these assets, often in a way that is not best for the public interest, just to make your balance books look good in the short term and leave the real problems and decisions that are going to have to be made to the next government. And you could say the same thing about affordable housing. There was many different decisions that this government could have made if they were truly concerned about affordable housing stock. And the previous member made the point that this current UCP government is only committing 1/6 or so, I believe was the number that they used, of the investments that the previous government have made. And of course, they are trying to roll it out in a much different way. They're telling corporations, in some cases, as seems to be the case under this legislation, that they are going to be able to buy up whatever they deem as affordable housing and try and turn it over. But obviously, Madam Speaker, and why we need to send this back to committee and why I support this referral is the fact is we need to ensure that there is criteria in place that will ensure, again, that the corporations that may or may not be considering getting on board with this process are going to ensure that the best results for Albertans is the end goal, not the best return to investors. Should not be the top issue, at least when it comes to being an advocate and being a minister in such an important role as ensuring affordable housing stock. And again, no government has been immune to considerations of these 4-year election cycles, but it seems that when we, again, consider the decisions that this government has made, I really can't imagine a group of people who have been so concerned about their electability or political expediency compared to this one. And it goes back again to the decisions to what we've seen, a 24% reduction in rental supplements in budget 2019-2020, the $53 million cut in housing maintenance over 3 years in budget 2020. I mean, the list is long, Madam Speaker. Honestly, I could probably fill my entire time talking about the decisions that this government has made that are going to hurt Albertans. And obviously one that I continue to go back to is the decisions they've made changing course entirely from the commitments that they made to Albertans when they were in opposition, and again when they were on the campaign trail, staying committed to indexing of AISH, indexing of senior benefits. But again, this is a government that continues to commit to one thing and do a completely different thing when they have to make that ultimate choice. And so, Madam Speaker, that takes me back to the fact that we continue to hear from this minister that we should be fully confident that the regulations that are going to be put in place are going to ensure that the funds that are created from selling off these assets or what they deem as affordable housing is going to be reinvested entirely into affordable housing. But the fact is, we truly, based on the decisions that this government has made over the last 2.5+ years, cannot take the minister's word for it. And it's truly unfortunate. I wish that wasn't the case, but we've just seen time and time again around AISH, around seniors benefits, around temporary accommodations funding. And again, here's another issue where I have constituents on a daily basis coming to me saying they are losing, upwards of $300 a month because of a decision that was made by higher-ups. And we come into this House and we ask about it, and the minister says that there has been no policy changes. Well, there is a breakdown in communication here, obviously, somewhere, Madam Speaker, because the people in my community who desperately need this funding and need these supports are being told for the first time that they are no longer going to be eligible, while in most cases they should be, Madam Speaker. These are people, again, that are going to be put out of their homes, that may have children that are trying to, stay in school or whatever it might be. But we are telling them that we're more concerned about the bottom line of our provincial budget. And again, the minister says nothing has changed policy-wise, so are they enforcing something that's already in place that wasn't previously being enforced? Maybe that's the case. But again, the decision that is being made to enforce something like that is putting people in jeopardy. And so again, we go back to this idea of political expediency and the decisions that this government is making to make themselves, I don't know, in some twisted reality, look better by what they feel is reducing the debt. But as Albertans can tell, that has not been the case by any means, Madam Speaker. And so again, I'm supporting that we take a step back, send this to committee, have some real conversations about what the regulations should look like before any member is able to say yes to this. I think that we all agree that there is a desperate need for affordable housing solutions. Obviously, from the discussions that we've had, we come from very different angles of this, and as I said last time, I for the most part, believe that as much as we can, these should be publicly funded and publicly delivered as best as we can with the help of nonprofits in our community, which have been doing a lot of this work up until this point. And by no means is it perfect, but in a lot of cases, it is about funding coming from the provincial government. And of course, this minister and this government has made it very clear that that is not a top priority for them. It's not a top priority to ensure that historic levels of funding are rolling out by any means. Again, we look at the 1/6 figure that this current minister is putting forward, and especially in the midst of a pandemic as we continue to have to deal with the effects of that, by no means is there enough funding in place to ensure that people have affordable housing and can remain in our communities and not pushed out into the street. And again, we look at the decisions that this government has made around income supports, around special needs assistance for seniors, around the supplemental, I was saying temporary before, but the supplementary accommodations benefit, the seniors lodge assistance programs, and that's only about direct funding for housing for the most part, obviously. But then we were just discussing earlier funding for those who are trying to continue their education. And again, with the increases to post-secondary costs, these are all things that are compounding on the backs of Albertans, that we can't accept these things in silos, that many households are potentially having to deal with all of these things being piled and that burden being put on them. And Albertans are desperately calling for this government to take a step back and really consider what they are proposing here, because we aren't getting any commitment to a certain amount of new affordable housing through this legislation by any means. We aren't receiving a commitment that the funding, again, is going to be 100% put back into affordable housing stock from the sales of the assets that we might have on hand. And unfortunately, instead of doing the hard work that has to be done to invest in the affordable housing stock that we have in the province that's already existing, that very possibly needs significant repairs, this is a government that's not willing to get that hard work done. It's not easy by any means, but unfortunately what this government is proposing right now, I do not believe is going to put us on track to get the historic amount of houseless Albertans and Edmontonians back into affordable housing that they deserve so desperately, Madam Speaker. And just last week, I believe, we had affordable housing advocates on the front steps of the legislature raising their concerns about this move, raising their concerns about the lack of transparency and lack of regulations that are attached to this, concerns that those dollars won't be reinvested into affordable housing, and also just pointing out the fact that up until very recently, the City of Edmonton, and I'm sure many other municipalities are trying to deal with these concerns, were essentially left to the very last hour to figure out how they were going to ensure their shelters were able to stay open. You know, we saw an announcement from this government, and I know that the City of Edmonton was appreciative of that, but I think we all have to recognize that shelters while a temporary accommodation, we need to ensure that people are able to get back into housing that suits their needs. And I don't think by any means we should be willing to accept a placemat on a floor, think that that's acceptable compared to ensuring that people have a safe place to raise their family or raise themselves. There is so many concerns in here. I think that one of the biggest ones, again, is that we haven't received real answers from this minister. The minister continues to believe that somehow they are the best thing that's ever happened to affordable housing, that they are making the biggest investments ever, and everything is fine and dandy. But the fact is that is not the case, and that is not what we are seeing in our own communities. And as you walk through Edmonton, frankly, Madam Speaker. And so again, this is why I'm supporting the amendment that's on the floor to move this, or the referral motion that's on the floor to move this to committee, because I believe we need to have a full conversation with, first of all, people that are going to be affected by the housing management changes, I believe, and the criteria that this minister is considering in terms of performance measures. I mean, again, we're being asked to support quite significant changes to the current system without any real explanations of necessarily why this has come up, what these performance measures are going to look like, how they are going to affect the funding that is given to nonprofits or to corporations or any other interested organization. We don't have clear details about how many properties that this minister or this government believes are going to be turned around in a short period of time, or assurances that those are going to remain affordable, that there won't be increases to the rental costs of those. I mean, the list is long, Madam Speaker, and again, partnering that with the fact that AISH benefits are not going as far as they have in the past because of this government's decision to de-index those, even when they committed that in the past. Thank you.
Members, I'll take this opportunity to remind all members we are on a referral amendment. That means comments should be related to referring this bill to committee and not on the bill itself. If we would like to have the debate on the bill itself, we could deal with the amendment and then go about that business. Just a friendly reminder to all members that if you would like to have a conversation, perhaps the lounge is a better place to do it than in the chamber while others are speaking. Now, I will ask the Honourable Member for Edmonton Castle Downs to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise this evening to speak to Bill 78, Alberta Housing Amendment Act, on the referral. I think that when we talk about the importance of the work that the committees do, I think it's great to highlight that the process of a committee, once it's received a referral, is to really look at the legislation and look where there's still outstanding questions. And I think that through this debate on Bill 78, we've heard some significant concerns about this legislation, and there are significant questions that aren't answered. And so when we're talking about a referral, I think that's the perfect opportunity to give Albertans the ability to pose their solutions, their feedback, their concerns to the bill. You know, I hear that this piece of legislation is quite concerning, and you know, I've spoken the House to talk about that myself. When we talk about the housing currently in the province, there is a significant lack of accessible housing, affordable housing, safe housing. And the solution to that is that the provincial government needs to build more affordable housing. Period. Full stop. Not sell it. And so, you know, I find it interesting that they're laughing that this is the solution to housing. So I would suggest that, you know, perhaps me saying it is humorous, but if they referred it to committee, it would allow Albertans impacted to provide that feedback. And so, you know, not listening to opposition is a strong theme, but not listening to Albertans is also a theme that this government has. And having an opportunity to refer it to committee where Albertans that are impacted by this piece of legislation that does absolutely nothing to actually work with municipalities to build affordable housing in the province in the middle of a crisis would be beneficial. To hear from those that are impacted, I think, has incredible value, and it would give the committee an opportunity, especially government members, to hear from those that are struggling, to hear from those that are being impacted by the cuts that this government has provided. I mean, they think about things that, no, thank you. I think the opportunity to hear from Albertans is essential. And when a matter is referred to committee, it provides that opportunity for all members to hear the concerns. Now, I know that our critic from Edmonton Riverview has been a fierce advocate for housing in the province. The member from St. Albert has been a fierce advocate for housing. And I know that many of us have heard from Albertans, have heard from those workers in the front line that are providing services to those that are impacted by lack of housing. And none of them are saying that selling off affordable housing is the solution. And so when it comes to really hearing what the concerns are and hearing what the solution is, I think having this matter referred to committee is it makes the most sense. And so when we have a committee talking to Albertans, there's an ability to do incredible outreach and to do a robust assessment of what Albertans are thinking. And it provides an opportunity for those individuals that want to provide their feedback. It provides a direct line to be able to do so. Once that committee has received all of the feedback, it then allows an opportunity for those to come forward and provide presentations. And I think that this government is afraid to hear what those people have to say, because they would say loud and clear, that this piece of legislation actually does nothing to support increasing affordable housing in the province. We've heard members across the aisle, specifically I can recall the member from Drayton Valley, Devon, standing in this chamber bragging about how he led the initiative to stop housing in his community. He literally was proud of the fact that he was able to organize his community to stop housing that would support young people in the community. It was NIMBY at its greatest. And so when we have members of the opposite side of this House talking about how proud they are to stop housing for individuals that truly need it, I can only guess that having this referred to committee would be a concern. They don't want to hear from Albertans. They don't want a report done from this committee to bring forward to the House to outline exactly why this bill does nothing to support affordable housing. I think when we have, go ahead. Well, absolutely.
Thanks, team. So I just wanted to touch on a couple of things. I heard, the member opposite made quite a few accusations there, and I certainly don't imagine that anybody on this side of the House, especially not the member for Drayton Valley Devon, would ever actually suggest that he doesn't want more affordable housing in his riding. However, there are some interesting interpretations on that side of the House tonight on a variety of topics. So what I would say, is I would ask the honourable member, how many times did they accept an opposition referral amendment to committee? How many times did they listen to Albertans when they were in government? How many times did they accept the olive branch and want to listen to more Albertans? They certainly didn't do it on Bill 6. They certainly didn't do it on rural crime, Madam Speaker. They certainly did that. They didn't do that on the carbon tax. So I would just ask the honourable member, since she seems to be spreading some interesting narratives today. I mean, in question period, there was straight up fake news. But I'm just curious how many times she actually accepted those.
Honourable members. There's an honourable member who has the floor right now. I cannot hear what she's saying, and I'm pretty sure no one else can either. Again, if you would like to have conversations, perhaps the lounge is a better place to do that. The honourable member, Brooks Mason-Hat.
I'll just conclude my comments by saying, Madam Speaker, I'm really interested to hear, for the House to be, maybe she could illuminate us, how many times they accepted these referral amendments.
Well, thank you very much to the member. And I would suggest that perhaps you should read Hansard and look at what that honourable member said about his ability to stop housing in his community. He was proud. It's on the record. Perhaps you should read that. And when it comes to accepting amendments while we were government, there were several that we accepted. And I can say with confidence that I was a chair of one of the committees that accepted some of those referrals. So perhaps again, if she read Hansard before she got up and spoke, it would be less embarrassing for her to make these accusations in the chamber. So, at this point, I don't want to take any any interventions because it's fake news, as she said, coming across the aisle. So at this point, I think, it's very clear that this government doesn't want to hear facts. They don't want to hear from Albertans. They don't want to talk about the ability for them to accept an amendment to refer to committee. When our government did it, I was a chair of a committee that had referrals. Absolutely, go ahead.
Thank you very much. To my colleague, there's two questions that I want to ask, and I wish she would expound upon. First of all, in this current piece of legislation, I know the minister is chirping from the other side, yet there's no dollars committed in this bill to building new affordable housing units. So the bill is touted as supporting affordable housing, yet all what the government's proposing is selling off a current government stock. Yet, there's no legislative requirement for the proceeds of the sale to be reinvested in affordable housing. No, I'd love for the minister to expound on this, because there's no requirement for the sale of current housing stock being sold to the private sector, of the proceeds being invested in affordable housing.
Thank you very much to the member. And that's the point that is raising so much concern that we would like to expand and explore, because this government is saying words, they're saying things that say, oh yeah, we support legislation, we're supporting affordable housing, then put it in the legislation. If you're selling off affordable housing, make it a requirement in this legislation to actually use that money towards affordable housing. Make it a requirement that the sale actually has to ensure that those people are making it affordable housing. So I think by having it referred to a committee, it gives that opportunity for those questions to be asked and for a report to be done to provide to this chamber about what people expect from their government. It's not just language that they want clear action. They want language in the legislation that actually supports individuals being able to access affordable housing in the province of Alberta, period. This legislation doesn't do it. And by giving the opportunity to have it referred to a committee, it would allow those individuals to come forward, bring forward their concerns, bring forward their solutions. It'd give us an opportunity to hear from the municipalities that have been ignored. It would provide an opportunity to hear what they actually need. We know that municipalities are struggling. They're saying that they don't have affordable housing. They want a voice at the table. By having it referred to committee actually allows for that voice to be present. It allows those individuals, those stakeholders, to come to the committee, to express their concerns, to provide solutions that actually are effective to achieving affordable housing in the province. And from what I'm hearing across the aisle is a fear of hearing the solution. They talk about this bill being, the solution to the affordable housing, but it doesn't actually do anything to ensure that Albertans have access to safe, affordable housing. And so when we do refer to a committee, they're responsible to listen to Albertans. It's transparent. It provides an opportunity to hear from individuals. It provides an opportunity for the committee to discuss, to ask questions, and then complete a report that then would be provided into this chamber. And then it's transparent about what the process is. And then the minister can directly respond to those individuals that we know are reaching out and expressing concern. But this way, it would be done in a nice report. It would be done in a way that is very transparent, which is something that this government has not been. It would give people the opportunity to be able to say how desperate they are for real legislation that supports affordable housing. We've seen homelessness in Edmonton increase. We've seen poverty increase. A lot of that is unfortunately due to the decisions and the policies and the cuts from this government. When they cut things like AISH, seniors benefit, rent supplements, it's making it so much more difficult for Albertans to access affordable housing. So when you're part of the problem that's creating those in need of affordable housing, it would only make sense they don't want to be part of the solution to get affordable housing done. And it would only make sense that they would say, no, don't support this amendment, because we can't be transparent. We don't actually want to do anything about it, which is very concerning. And so when I see that we have a referral to committee, I don't understand why they would want to vote it down. Why they don't want to hear from Albertans. I would really implore that everybody in this chamber, every member, really consider what they're hearing from their constituents. And I can't imagine that they're asking for the sale of affordable housing. I can't imagine that they're asking for ways to make it more difficult for them to access safe housing. And so when it comes to voting for this amendment or for this referral, I would suggest that every member in this House vote in support of it. All we're asking is that it be referred to committee to allow committee to do the work that they do to provide more space for Albertans to be able to express their concern, express their solutions about what would actually make this piece of legislation beneficial. We've heard from so many Albertans about their concerns, from municipal leaders questioning why this government isn't listening to them, why this government isn't partnering with them. It takes all levels of government to really come up with a strong affordable housing strategy and a plan, and then an action that is going to follow through with that. Why they would say no to the ability to hear from all those leaders to actually create true affordable housing in the province of Alberta is beyond me. I would really suggest that anybody that's in the chamber would support our referral to committee. I think every individual has that ability to make a decision. And when it comes to affordable housing, we hear the words that they support it, that they want to see it, but we need to see action, Madam Speaker. And the way to have action is to open it up, to refer it on to committee, to have all those individuals that sit on the committee listen to Albertans, hear their solutions, hear their struggles. It's hard listening to Albertans that are struggling. It is heartbreaking, the stories that we hear. And sometimes that is part of this job, is listening to the human impact of the decisions that are being made. And I think the ability to sit in a committee and reach out to Albertans and say, we want to hear from you. We want to know what's happening. We want to know what we can do to make this the best piece of legislation is part of that solution. Giving Albertans a voice when they're telling us they don't feel heard. They don't feel like this government's listening. What a wonderful opportunity for every member in this House to really step up and listen to what Albertans are saying. And the opportunity to do that is to have it referred to committee. And with that, Madam Speaker, I will take my seat. Thank you.
Any other members wishing to speak to the referral amendment? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, I should say, for the opportunity to rise to talk about Bill 78. I listened with interest to the Honourable Member from Castle Downs' comments on the referral amendment. Not sure if she lost track of that throughout her speech, but we are speaking about a referral amendment right now, which is probably important maybe for the House to have a refresher of what a referral amendment means. This is an amendment that is being brought forward by a member to refer this bill back to a standing committee, which essentially, Madam Speaker, would mean that the bill would die. There are 24,000 people on a waiting list for affordable housing right now, Madam Speaker, so I reject the recommendation from the official opposition to move a bill to committee for it to die, and I really strongly encourage the Honourable Minister not to do that, because I think that would be very, very problematic for people waiting on the waiting list. Further, that I do feel obligated to respond to some of the ridiculous remarks coming from the official opposition this evening in regards to their history in the 29th legislature when they were government, when it came to referral amendments. Madam Speaker, I can let you know the former NDP government never passed one referral amendment that was brought forward by the opposition. Not once did they send a bill to committee on the recommendation of the opposition. I know I was the opposition House Leader, Madam Speaker, for a long time, as you know. Now, what they did do often, though, Madam Speaker, and they brought it up, so it's relevant to the referral briefly here, Madam Speaker, they often referred their own bills to committee when they screwed them up. That did happen a lot. No. The former government House Leader, Brian Mason, had a great career inside this place. Those of us who know him would say that for sure. The what? The automotive bill they had. Yeah, correct. The automotive bill they messed up. Actually, here's the famous one. The former member from the Minister of Agriculture's riding. Can't remember. No. The current Minister of Agriculture, Madam Speaker, Drumheller-Stetler. The former member from Drumheller-Stetler had a great bill on property rights here, and the then government House Leader and the NDP of the day, they didn't know what to do. It was so good, but they couldn't pass it, so that one magically went to committee, even though the opposition did not want that to happen. There's lots of examples like that, but certainly not once did they take the recommendations of the opposition. And you know what? They probably should have, because it would have stopped certain things like the carbon tax, Bill 6, and many other terrible pieces of legislation that we saw come from the NDP government of the day. In this case, though, this is a piece of legislation trying to be able to create capacity inside affordable housing inside our province. Again, 24,000 people waiting for an affordable housing spot inside our province. And if the minister was to listen to the official opposition, that would mean that this would go on longer before there could be solutions for those individuals. At its core, this bill will create a pathway for partnerships, Madam Speaker. And I think, Madam Speaker, what you may notice is the NDP really don't like partnerships. They don't like partnerships with the private sector. They don't like partnerships with the social services sector. They certainly don't like partnership with religious organizations. You see that quite often from the official opposition. So I think, again, we just figured out what was going on. And this is my first time doing this, Madam Speaker, but I'd be happy to yield the floor to the honourable member.
You know, I was really enthralled by the remarks of the minister, and I was curious. He started talking about how the NDP doesn't really like partnerships, but it seems to me that they've really liked a partnership with Extinction Rebellion lately. So I'm curious if the Honourable Minister of Environment Parks could maybe illuminate some of those things that we see in the shadows there from the NDP, and perhaps bring some more clarity to the chamber.
The honourable member for Calgary-McCall was just celebrating his long relationship, I think, with Extinction Rebellion. I didn't quite catch it. But what I will say, Madam Speaker, is we're a long way, I know that look, we're a long way from the referral amendment, which was your point. But I do think that the honourable member is correct. I won't spend any time more than necessary talking about the NDP's bizarre partnerships with extreme environmental organizations and anti-oil and gas organizations while I'm talking about a housing bill. But I do think the point is clear, is that the NDP only want to partner with people that are like-minded to them. And you have to ask yourself, when you're looking at this bill, why they would not want to partner with nonprofit organizations to create housing, the private sector to create housing, along the way, housing bodies, municipalities, and others to be able to create housing capacity for 24,000 people that are waiting. The NDP want to act like they're the champion of the less fortunate inside our province. We all know that isn't true, because if they were, they wouldn't spend their time trying to do things like carbon taxes that raise the price of everyday Albertans, including the poor. In fact, disproportionately the poor when it comes to carbon taxes. But again, Madam Speaker, this issue of partnerships specifically to this is very, very important, because we see it time and time again. You see the NDP, when it comes to the provincial park system, not wanting to partner with conservation organizations all across the province. They did everything they could to fight against nonprofits when they wanted to help with our park system. Now, why would that be? And you're going to see a couple other examples of this I have in a moment, but I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, it's because they're not unions. If we were to come forward with partnerships for the park system that had union employees, all of a sudden, because the NDP would have to check with Gil McGowan and their bosses over there. I know they get mad about that, but it's right there in their constitution. They got to give them a call to get permission. And clearly, if you're dealing with a nonprofit organization like Trouts Unlimited, the Friends of the Eastern Slopes, the Friends of Kananaskis, the Friends of Brad Creek, all of these great organizations, the NDP do everything they can to stop them. Now, the same thing you see, Madam Speaker, we're not talking about parks today, but I hear some of my honourable colleagues asking about CPAWS. Well, CPAWS, though, at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, is a foreign-funded environmental organization dedicated to sterilizing the landscape in the province. So they like that. But again, back to housing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hear the honourable member from Beverly Clareview. He's up there talking away about this because he doesn't like the private sector either. He'll only stand up inside this house. Are you asking me to yield way? No, I don't want to hear that right now, Madam Speaker. I'm getting to a point right now. What I want to talk about right now is the lack of desire for partnership. So now on this bill itself, the honourable member doesn't want to, the only thing I can conclude, he doesn't want to see the nonprofit sector helping. Nope. He doesn't want to see the private sector helping. Nope. Only if they're unionized with their big bosses, Gil McGowan and others, will the honourable member from Beverly Clearview and his party support his appearance of this? Now, you know my father, Madam Speaker, of course, longtime CEO of the Mustard Seed. After he retired from the Mustard Seed, though, he spent his retirement gig. The honourable member from Beverly Clearview is asking him if my dad was the executive director. He did start out as the executive director, but he finished as the CEO. Thanks, honourable member. I was an executive director of the Mustard Seed, though. Thank you for asking. I really appreciate your time. Now, back to this. He went to the Oxford House afterwards, which is a nonprofit organization that buys housing for ex-addicts. You wouldn't even know where they are. They're throughout all of both Calgary and Edmonton, all across much of the United States, and you would be on any given street inside your community. There could be an Oxford House. You would not know that it's there. And it's a community of former addicts living together. High success rate. Very little problems that I could ever think of that historically that have happened inside of those communities. This is a non-profit organization who is partnering with government to be able to create housing, which is all that the minister is simply trying to do. But again, you continue to see the official opposition digging in their heels, pretending they care about people that need low-income housing, but they really don't, Madam Speaker, because if they did, they would support this legislation and the organizations that want to make low-income housing inside the province, but they can't. Now, I know some of the members across the way. I do think that they care about low-income people that need low-income housing. So you have to ask, why would they work so hard at 11 o'clock at night to try to send a bill to committee to kill it, not to help 24,000 people needing housing inside our province? And I have to conclude that it still comes down to the fact that it's not unionized organizations. They only want big government, and they only want the union. And at the end of the day, if you look at their party structure, you know why. Their entire constitution is based on union management. Now, Madam Speaker, I had an opportunity once to be an observer at an NDP conference, AGM, a couple years ago. Now, unlike ours, where we let the observers go all around the convention and enjoy their time, and I hope that all members across the way get a chance to come to a Conservative convention sometime, they kept us all in a rope fence right in the middle of the room. Us Conservatives, we had to be surrounded by a rope, and Madam Speaker, everybody knew I was there. I couldn't hide. So they knew I was there. And we sat there and we watched. And you know what the thing that's striking? It's just all unions. They have to do exactly what the unions tell them to do on the floor. It's voted in union blocks. They decide what will take place. The unions are the bosses, and that's okay. It's okay but we should be clear about what their party structure is. It's about unions. It's right inside their constitution, and the only reason that they won't support these types of partnerships is because they're not unionized. And that's shameful, Madam Speaker. Shame. Because at the end looking forward to this. Yes.
Minister, I really appreciate the enlightenment when it comes down to the motives behind the NDP for referrals. My concern is I was part of the members or ministers committee, and we genuinely want to try to get the 80,000 units out there for the folks. We had 144,000 that were being held up. So maybe the minister can talk about the NDP occupation when they were in charge. And what they did for
BI, speaking to the matters not under discussion, and H, I, and J. Couple of things. I have worked in housing sector in a homeless shelter for 5 years. I've seen people on streets. I do know what housing means. Personally, I have lived a paycheck away from homelessness pretty much for 8-9 years in Canada. And so far, whatever minister has said about this bill, about how NDP doesn't like partnerships and union and all that, that was complete garbage. And next thing that member who was intervening said about NDP occupation, again, 2015 to 19, the government was elected by Albertans. And referring a democratically elected government as occupation, I think that's taking
I just want to hear the point of order.
It's a point of order. I'm arguing a point of order.
Yes. I don't want to be here all night. You don't want to be here all night. So let's get to the business of this chamber. And right now, that is a point of order. The honourable member for Calgary-McCall.
So member referred to NDP's 4 years as NDP occupation. Speaker of the House have cautioned, strongly cautioned another member for using the same language. And I think a person born and raised in Canada talking about a democratically elected government as occupation is disrespectful to those who have seen what occupation means. That kind of language clearly creates disorder in the House, and it should not be used. And every time member will use that language, I will object to it.
Well, Government House Leader.
Yeah, point of order. This is clearly a matter of debate, but I don't want to waste any more time on it. Clearly, we hit a sore point with the NDP when it was brought out, the destruction they put on this province. I understand why they would have a sore point about that. The worst government in the history of the province. Happy to withdraw the comment on behalf of the honourable member, because I'm very interested in what he has to say, not the NDP's defensive remarks.
That's a good place to end up. Just a reminder to all members in this House to watch the words that we say and the matters in which we say them. The honourable member for Lac St. Anne has 36 seconds remaining on his intervention.
Well, thank you for that, and I'm now educated that apparently saying occupation, I should have used the word occupied. If that's still offensive, while the members occupied the position of government. What they really did on the housing file, because quite frankly, when I was part of it and looking at it, it hadn't been touched in 20 years and it was an absolute disarray. So if they put their money where their mouth was, they would have done something before when they occupied the position of government.
You know, thank you for the question, honourable member, or through you, Madam Speaker, the honourable member. We hear the honourable member from Beverly Clareview going crazy over there, from what I could tell about these comments, heckling away about this because, Madam Speaker, again, I think we hit a sore point. I think we hit a sore point. He has been standing in this House tonight trying to filibuster and kill a piece of legislation that would create housing for 24,000 people. If I was him, I'd be upset about that being pointed out too. Look how upset he is, Madam Speaker. He is upset. Now, the reason he's upset, though, again, is he doesn't want anybody to point out the fact that the amendment that he supports with his party tonight would kill the bill. Because this is a referral amendment, Madam Speaker, that was brought forward by the official opposition. The context of the bill is not relevant to this portion of the debate, as you said, Madam Speaker. The NDP need to explain why they would waste legislative time bringing forward a referral amendment to kill a bill that is going to help create housing for 24,000 people that need it inside this province, Madam Speaker. That's shameful, Madam Speaker. My constituents would be shocked. Actually, I don't know if they'd be that shocked because they lived through abusive stuff from the NDP in the past. And they know their record very, very clearly, certainly where I come from. The member from Edmonton, Beverly Clareview, I hope he comes to Sundre or Rocky Mountain House one day. I know the honourable member for Jobs and Economy has been inviting him to Rocky Mountain House. And anytime that he'd like to come have a town hall in Rocky Mountain House, we can enjoy that if he'd like to have a comparison on the government's record between that and the NDP. I would enjoy that inside Rocky Mountain House and would really enjoy watching that show from a distance. But back to the referral amendment. He's happy to come. Good. We're going to set it up. We're going to get it going at Rocky Mountain House. We'll send him the invitation. In fact, we'll get the Minister of Jobs to send him a bus just like we promised, and we'll bring him out to Rocky Mountain House. Back to the point, though, Madam Speaker. And it's upsetting them. You see it right now. The honourable member got up on a point of order, the honourable member for Calgary-McCall, quite upset, and that's fine, about the comment that the honourable member I've withdrawn on his behalf. But he did work with the homeless, and I want to thank him for that. So did I, just up the street. But you know, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to say this. I worked for an organization that was not unionized, and our employees went to work each and every day to help the poor inside the province. That member did work for an organization that was unionized. That shows where his priorities are when it comes to an issue, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with working for a union. But to be clear, that is the main goal of the NDP. They wake up every morning. They can't support anything that doesn't support the unionized because they work for Gil McGowan, and they get upset. This is why you see stuff just 2 weeks ago, as the youth wing of the NDP party sets up motions to block coastal pipelines, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary McCall.
Speaker, this 23BI speaks to matter other than the question under discussion. Clearly, Minister is ranting way offside. It's clearly a point of order.
Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, if we're going to start calling things that close to relevance, then the NDP likely can't speak anymore inside the chamber. But this is clearly a matter of debate. I'm clearly drawing a distinction between their unionized support and the fact that they have to do everything the unions say. I'm making that argument very clearly, which is why they're bringing a referral piece of legislation to this House to try to stop a bill, because their union bosses are making them. That's the point of my argument on referral. Now, I also have to say, Madam Speaker, I haven't heard the NDP talk to their referral yet. So I would be curious as to your thoughts on that.
Honourable Minister. I have said multiple times now that we are on a referral amendment and we should speak to the matter at hand. Honourable Minister. We have been offside for quite some time. And while I could appreciate your comments, we're coming back around to the matter at hand, which is the referral and why this bill should or should not be referred to a committee. I expect those comments to happen now. You have 4 minutes remaining.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. They will continue to happen now. I hear your instructions loud and clear. Again, I want to stress our job is to explain why and convince members not to support an NDP motion, Madam Speaker, that is to kill a bill. And that is solely my point. I understand we're hitting a sore nerve because they don't like to have their union connections discussed inside this chamber. Every time that happens, and you've seen it for the last 20 minutes, they can't control themselves once it started to be pointed out. Point of order after point of order after point of order, because they don't want you to know why they moved this referral amendment. They moved this referral amendment to stop 24,000 people from being able to get low-income housing inside this province because they don't want to support anybody but unionized organizations, Madam Speaker. It's shocking. They want to pretend that they are great champions of the poor. They're not, Madam Speaker. This is a great example of that today. They will side each and every time with union organizations over top of nonprofit organizations that are working very hard to be able to help the unfortunate inside our province. And so I certainly would encourage all members of the chamber not to entertain this ridiculous motion from the NDP and to understand exactly what it is. It is purely designed to kill this important piece of legislation because I can't come up with any other reason why, Madam Speaker, other than they got to appease their union bosses. They have no choice, obviously, because why else would you try to vote against this if this is the legislation, or if this is your reason, is that you just want it to go back to committee to die, and you can't rise inside this chamber and give any other reason, Madam Speaker, then I think we have to just conclude that the NDP are sticking with their record of listening to their union bosses and doing everything that they can to be able to make sure that they appease those type of individuals. I find it shocking, the absolute, from my perspective, constant attack from the official opposition when it comes to the nonprofit sector. For my position, the complete disrespect for the nonprofit sector inside this province, of which I worked for before I was in politics, and I will return to when I leave politics. That is appalling that we see that from the NDP each and every time. And you're seeing it again with this referral amendment, a continued attack against the social safety net of our province because they don't like them because they're not unionized, or sometimes I think it's because they don't like them because often they're religious organizations who have dedicated their life to helping protect the poor. And the NDP think the only people that can help poor people inside our province or those who need help is union organizations or the government. And I have to tell you, Madam Speaker, that's not the case. And that's why we should reject this referral amendment. And I encourage the NDP to take some time to actually go out and talk to those who work with less fortunate inside our province, understand the organizations there are, and there are a lot of them. Each and every one of the members of this chamber, if you go back to community, I know many of you have, and spend some time talking to the social safety net of our communities, the nonprofit organizations that help with everything from housing to getting seniors groceries and food. you will find that the vast majority of them are not unionized, that they are often religious-based, thank you for their service, of many different religions, not just one religion. And they're often the private sector or the community of a whole coming together, and they do a better job than the government. I remember when the former premier of our province, Ralph Klein, was trying to get the homeless shelters upgraded inside Calgary. He did not go to the union. He did not go to the government. He went to the mustard seed. And they turned it around for a fraction of the cost, Madam Speaker, and that's what the NDP wanted.
The honourable member for Edmonton Beverly Clareview.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the previous speaker's comments. Illustrates a point that you can say whatever you want in this place, regardless of how far it is from the truth. You're entitled to that.
HI and J, I am just shocked.
I think it's probably best you wait until I recognize you to speak before you speak. But this truly is a point of order. The honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was so shocked that I forgot to let you recognize me. I do apologize. I rise on a point of order 23 HI and J. This actually is a point of order, not a matter of debate. You can't do indirectly what you can't do directly in the chamber. The honourable member's been here a long time. Madam Speaker, he's so upset he can't even let me get the point of order out. Man, he may as well just stand up and withdraw at this point. You cannot call a member a liar in this chamber, Madam Speaker, directly or indirectly, and that's what that honourable member just did. He should rise and apologize and withdraw.
The honourable member for Calgary-McCall.
Madam Chair, member was almost gone, and he caught something on the tail end, but member didn't accuse member of lying. Member said, generally talked about the decorum in the House. Oh, it's gone. Decorum in the House, that how debate can go further away from the truth and is not based on facts. It's clearly not a point of order by any stretch, and I do not believe that member said to the Minister of Environment that he was lying. That was not the case.
Well, members, we are not very productive this evening in terms of debate. I think this is a good time to remind all members that language and tone matters, despite how tired we might be. And we should all uphold ourselves to the highest decorum in this assembly, as Albertans expect from us. And I will ask that the honourable member from Edmonton Beverly Clareview continue with his remarks, given the caution I just gave.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And quite frankly, in question period, the Premier begins most of his responses saying something similar. So I appreciate your ruling and would really have questioned had this been a point of order. Regardless, Madam Speaker, what we saw in the previous speaker's discussion, the Minister of Environment and Parks and Government House Leader, was very little discussion on the referral that is before the chamber, and quite frankly, a speech that smacked of a government desperate to hold on to power and attack the opposition in every way they can. It's been very clearly outlined by my colleagues on this side of the chamber why we are opposed to this bill. Nowhere in any of the pages of this bill does it commit a dollar amount to building new units. It will not address the issue of homelessness and houselessness. In addition to that, where this flies in the face of Albertans and the very people that the Honourable Minister's family serves through the Mustard Seed, an organization I'm very familiar with, there is no legislative requirement for the proceeds of the sale of any government-owned affordable housing units to be reinvested in affordable housing, period. The proceeds of the sales go into general revenues. Madam Speaker, if that's not a slap in the face to the very people who face this issue day to day, I don't know what is. So the purpose of this referral is to kill this bill, 100%. Why? Because it's terrible. It doesn't actually build new units. It doesn't help address the core issues of homelessness. And what's actually ridiculous, Madam Speaker, was the previous speaker's 15 minutes, I don't even know what that was, rampage diatribe, attacking the opposition for doing our job, which is to apply a critical lens to each piece of legislation that the government brings forward. The same role that every opposition has served since, let's try 1905. Right. And so I appreciate the Minister of Municipal Affairs attempting to help. I was trying to think of the phrase as opposed to the year, which I appreciate, and that's what I was going to say. Anyway, regardless, we all understand where I'm going with this argument, but I appreciate this is really a team effort going on here. And so the challenge, Madam Speaker, is that the NDP opposition can't support this bill for the very simple fact that it does not address the issue of creating new affordable housing units. And I think it's ridiculous that the government House Leader goes on about whether or not this bill supports unionized or non-unionized workers. Like, it's absurd. This has nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with it. But clearly, to the Albertans watching at home, they see a government that's desperate. They see a government that's arrogant. And I find it fascinating that the government is as arrogant as it is today. I don't think any government should be arrogant. We are elected to office and should be humbled by the fact that we are elected to office. Not bragging about the fact that we are where we are. The fact of the matter, Madam Speaker, is that arrogance toppled a 44-year dynasty. 44 years. I appreciate the fact that most members who are here today were not in this chamber to witness it, most. I appreciate, well, and actually it's laughable that the current government is heckling over the fact that the ND government was one term. If you are that confident in the job you are doing, call an election tomorrow. There actually isn't a fixed election date, and under Premier Prentice, there was a fixed election date, and he broke it and called it a year early, even though it was legislated. You know what's rich, Madam Speaker, is members from the other side of the House can dish it out and dish it out, and when they get it back, they cry.
Honorable members. No. I hesitate to find words for what is happening in this chamber right now. We are on a referral amendment in second reading. And there's multiple conversations happening across the aisle, around the aisle, between, and I appreciate some of this is fun, and then some of it is not. So we can have a tolerance for this and be okay, or we can have no tolerance for this and continue, in which I think is probably the manner in which we should proceed with for the rest of this night, because there's considerable amount of offense that is taken, and we're not actually doing what we are supposed to be doing in this chamber. And for the Albertans that are watching, or not, I think we owe it to them. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Beverly Clairview on the referral amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to bring this back. I mean, you know, quite frankly, this is the slippery slope that we go down, quite frankly, when the previous speaker is making comments trying to incite disorder.
And we're going to get back to the meat of the matter, and I'm going to make sure that you have the attention of this assembly and the ability to speak here.
Yes. Madam Speaker, I appreciate that. And all what I'm addressing is the fact that those kind of comments that are meant to create disorder in this chamber will be addressed. Now, back to the referral motion, which quite frankly, there are two overwhelming arguments of why members of this chamber should support this referral motion. And that's quite frankly because, one, Madam Speaker, this very bill does not actually build any new housing units. It doesn't address the root causes, as my colleagues have pointed out time and time again. And number two, I mean, even if we look past that, which I appreciate that we can't look past that because Albertans that we're engaging with are frustrated at the fact that, you know, the government can pitch this bill as doing one thing, even though it does not do that. So Albertans are feeling frustrated. If you're going to add to the stock of affordable housing units, then do that. Don't pretend you are, and not through a piece of legislation that just sells off existing stock to the private sector, but does not actually add stock. And there are issues within that, because private sector entities can sell off or convert units to market units, and so, in fact, reduce the amount of affordable housing units that exist. Like, this bill does the opposite. In fact, Madam Speaker, we should call this the sell-off of Alberta housing in the province. In addition to that, a very simple request of the opposition is, if you are going to sell these units and somehow magically unicorns pop out and new units will come on board, then at least from the sale of these units, place those dollars into a separate account that'll be reinvested into affordable housing. But the government hasn't even done that. Madam Speaker, there are a number of examples when we were government and we didn't set up a separate fund, and the opposition, some who are current government MLAs today, jumped up and down and accused us of siphoning this money back into general revenues. But somehow, Madam Speaker, today is a different day. The shoe's on the other foot, and suddenly it's acceptable. If the government is genuine, which through this piece of legislation, which is why I support the referral amendment, they're not, in building new units, because there's no commitment in this bill to actually build new units, let's at least ensure that the sale of government units, those proceeds will go into a fund that will build more units. That at least will add to the current inventory. But it doesn't. And so, I think for the Albertans that we're watching, they appreciate the fact that what the previous speaker went on about was absolutely absurd. That, again, the reason the opposition challenges this bill is because it doesn't actually contribute new units. It doesn't actually address the issue. And that's, Madam Speaker, why I'm supporting the referral and why I can't support the bill. It doesn't actually address the issue. We're putting a fresh coat of paint on the same vehicle, if we want to continue with this analogy, that's not upgrading it. It's not improving it. It's not actually taking meaningful steps. And so for those reasons, Madam Speaker, I urge all members to support the referral and why I cannot support this bill.
Any other members to the referral amendment? The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank Honourable Member for the amendment, and I will not be able to support it for many reasons. And I'm pleased to voice my support here today on this important bill that will ensure affordable housing is available to thousands of families that are waitlisted for months. And Bill 78, Alberta Housing Amendment Act 2021, will be a key initiative to improve and expand affordable housing here in Alberta. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the Minister for Seniors and Housing for taking the initiative to implement ways to ensure housing is affordable to all individuals across Alberta. And this is a significant bill that will allow a new way of expanding and collaborating to improve and strengthen the housing sector within our jurisdiction. I would like to express my gratitude for the member of Calgary Cross for convening the 2020 Affordable Housing Review Panel, which brought together stakeholders to offer suggestions on how to make the affordable housing system more sustainable while still meeting growing demand. This review would have not been possible with the support and assistance of the private and non-profit operators, housing advocates, policy and academic experts, and real estate investors and developers with a variety of options and knowledge on affordable housing. During engagement sessions, the panel had from about 160 people, groups, and businesses, and received more than 120 written comments. As well, I extend my appreciation to the 2020 Affordable Housing Review Panel and for everyone who has participated in the crafting of this important legislation. The proposed changes for Alberta's housing sector are recommendations that will improve access to safe, reasonable priced housing. And Madam Speaker, we will take aggressive action over the next 10 years to provide more affordable and accessible housing options for low-income Albertans. It is obvious that for tens of thousands of Albertans, the existing system isn't working. Alberta's government has developed nearly 1,500 units in the previous 2 years.
Madam Speaker, 23B speaks to matters other than the question under discussion. We are speaking on referral motion. I appreciate member wants to add his support to the bill, actual bill, but member has not said, except for the first line, anything about the referral motion. So I would urge you to caution member to speak to the motion.
Honourable Government House Leader.
The opposition has moved a referral motion to move a bill to committee. The honourable member is rising to talk about the importance of the bill and why he would not want it to go to committee. While I understand the honourable deputy government or deputy opposition house leader may not want to hear the arguments of why the bill should not go to committee, I do think that the honourable member is a member of this place and certainly has a right to say why he does not want that bill to go to committee and why he thinks it's important that this bill passes.
The only one that's been on topic today.
I would agree that the honourable member has the opportunity to explain why he doesn't want the bill to go to committee, which is the debate on the referral amendment. However, I too struggle to find that loop closing in your debate, but I'm sure the honourable member for Calgary East is getting to his point on why or why not he supports the referral amendment, and I will give him the opportunity to do so now. The honourable member for Calgary East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like again to thank the honourable member for bringing this amendment here. And I would not be able to support it for this many reasons, which I'm stating it in my bill here, in my expression here, why it should not go to the committee, why it should be debated in the House. There are thousands of people who are waiting on the wait list here, and there is obvious that for tens of thousands of Albertans, the existing system isn't working. And Alberta's government has developed nearly 1,500 units in the previous 2 years, but the investment will not be enough to keep up with the rising demand. Rent supplement program funding was increased by 16 million in budget 2021, rounded up from 15.5 million in government communications. The new program will give vital housing assistance to approximately 11,600 households every year, an increase of 3,800 from the previous year in 2021-2022. The rent supplement program will receive a total yearly budget of 68 million. And we will continue to safeguard the most vulnerable in order to ensure that they are not forgotten on the times of need. The times of need is right now, not 6 months from now. And the need to attract more outside funding and delivery methods, as well enable more innovative finance and transfer options. Long-term strategic collaborations will assist us in meeting Alberta's various demands now and in the future. This plan is community-driven and aimed at improving community outcomes. Providing secure, stable housing is part of Alberta's recovery plan to achieve economic development and, importantly, to ensure Albertans have the basic necessities to survive at this time. Madam Speaker, more than 110,000 low-income Albertans reside in affordable housing as of April 2021, with over 24,000 on the waiting list. And that's why we need right now to make sure this bill passes this legislation session, not going to the committee. The figure has more than doubled. Now is the time to take action to meet the growing need for housing that is both safe, economically affordable. On November 1st, 2021, Alberta's government made the affordable housing strategic public. The government has developed a strategy to modernize the affordable housing system to better meet the needs of Albertans and bring in line with other jurisdictions. The government wants to provide a better environment by concentrating on partnerships. That's something the opposition has raised many times. And with increased investments and innovation, this will ensure a more long-term affordable housing system that increases access to affordable housing. And Alberta's shifting demand, as well as tenants' efforts to achieve housing independence, and will give continuous assistance to those who are most vulnerable right now. And Madam Speaker, these efforts will be in line with the Affordable Housing Reviews Panel recommendation. And I'm pleased that all 19 suggestions in the panel's final report were approved by the government. As the panel's first suggestion, the government should focus on creating a provincial strategic plan for affordable housing that includes both short and long-term goals and objectives. Alberta's government has already taken steps to be more innovative in housing solution, including responding to 3 of the panel's recommendations. Many initiatives by the Alberta government have already been put into action. Through the Canada-Alberta Housing Boost, the modernized rent supplement program allowed more Albertans to be covered, as well provided a temporary benefit to working families and maximized federal resources. Madam Speaker, the launch of the online housing portal helped many applicants determine their eligibility, as well connected them with providers and housing options that match the needs across the province. And in Morinville, the opening of Paul Croscoff Court, the community's first net zero dwelling developments, ensured the building generated all of the energy it requires with solar panels, which lowered utility costs, ensured that rent remained reasonable in the long run. In Lethbridge, an announcement of funding of a mixed income housing development for seniors were initiated, with the residents being able to pay rent at a rate that is appropriate for their specific circumstances. This initiative is also a test bed for a public-private partnership strategy to develop funding and management. As well, I was pleased to be part of the government's announcement of a capital grant of $1.1 million for the Homes of Heroes Foundation 20-unit housing construction in Edmonton. And Madam Speaker, in 2019, 15 units were opened at Etco Village in the Calgary East constituency to serve veterans of the Canadian Armed Forces, and I was happy to be able to support this great initiative. Residency in the village is transitional, with the goal of having each veteran leave the village and re-enter mainstream society, employed, stable, and self-sufficient. Homes for Heroes know that far too many veterans of the Canadian Armed Forces are struggling in their effort to leave the forces and return to the civilian life, and many will find themselves on a long and difficult pathways to homelessness. I am grateful to know their vision is to have veterans in need progress towards a secure, self-sufficient life through access to housing and a robust support system offering stability and dignity. And would like to thank all the officers and staff of Homes for Heroes Foundation for providing a caring, innovative, and comprehensive solution to homelessness among our veterans. Madam Speaker, lastly, the YWCA Cortland project uses shipping containers to create affordable homes and a barrier-free living in Banff. Because of its net zero energy footprint, the property will cost effective for both tenants and the housing provider. And Madam Speaker, the Alberta Housing Act lays out the groundwork for providing affordable housing in the province, and we need it right now. The Alberta Social Housing Corporation is managed by the Alberta Housing Authority, AHA. This framework restricts the formation of new collaborative relationship. And Madam Speaker, the proposed legislative changes will enable ASHC to enter into joint ventures and partnerships, including new definitions of affordable housing provider and accommodation that will enable more types of partnerships, provide accountability mechanisms for non-HMB providers, enable a shift to competency-based HMB boards, and simplify the administration. And Bill 78, if passed, which we need right now, will reform the Act to give the authorities to implement measures indicated in the 10-year plan to promote new partnership and ensure oversight, attract investments into affordable housing, strengthen governance and capacity for housing management organizations, and streamline administration. To help more Albertans in need of affordable housing, the government must form partnerships with commercial and non-profit developers and operators. The proposed revisions will allow the government to develop this partnership, paving the way for the transformation of affordable housing, a basic step towards establishing new cooperation models is to define affordable housing provider and affordable housing accommodation. Allowing the Alberta Social Housing Corporation to form joint ventures and partnerships will attract private and non-profit involvement, allowing the government to accommodate more people without bearing all of the operational cost. That being said, Madam Speaker, the Government of Alberta will make it easier for Albertans to identify housing alternatives, understand eligibility requirements, and connect with a housing provider, which includes continuing to invest in the web tool Find Housing. Tenants will have more alternatives and flexibility in how they meet their specific requirements by making it easier for them to access managed housing supports. As tenants thrive for housing independence, assistance in improving this personal situation will make it easier to apply for affordable housing and to simplify eligibility requirements so the regulations are more fair for everyone. And Madam Speaker, Bill 78 as well will ensure that affordable housing providers and new collaborations will oversee and hold accountable as allowing the minister to impose certain knowledge or skills requirements on housing management boards. And Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, the strategy aims to accomplish the following results by 2032: save 82,000 households, an increase of more than 40,000 or 25,000 families over the previous year, as well increase housing supply by 13,000 affordable housing units, while also ensuring that available apartments meet a variety of needs from the most vulnerable to those with more moderate needs, and will increase the usage of mixed income complexes. With that, I will encourage everyone to vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Members to the referral amendment, the honourable member for Edmonton Meadows.
Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to rise in the House on behalf of my constituents and add my comments to the referral amendment. So for the record, I just wanted to say that I will be speaking to support the referral amendment. Before I starting my real comments and feedbacks to the legislation, I just wanted to say, the background of this very debate So if I'm reading the information according to CHMC, Canadian Mortgage Housing Association, in that their term agreed upon in the affordable housing sector in Canada and also in Alberta, it states the housing is affordable if it costs less than 30% of a household before tax income. People who spend more than 30% of their income on housing are core housing needs. So, Madam Speaker, my purpose of reading this statement is when I see we have about 25,000 people on waiting list for affordable housing in the province, I can assuredly claim that if all those people in this province spending more than 30% of their income apply for the affordable housing, the list will grow surprisingly. Not only ethnic communities or non-ethnic communities, I deal with a number of peoples. People worked in my office, people worked with me, and people I know from communities spend way more than 30%, as well as single mothers, single parents that I personally know spend 40 to 50% of their income to afford their housing are not on the list. And what this minister is offering in this legislation is more than 80% less investment into the program than the previous government, and asking the opposition and Albertans to believe in her mystery plan that will address the affordable housing crisis that is continuously keep growing. And that her claim has not been supported by single piece of legislation in this bill. That's all the opposition members have been asking and raising questions and concerns when it comes to the debate and the job of the opposition. And that's what we're trying to do. And not only this, I tried several interventions to the government house members and to the minister. Not even single answer on those interventions. And the government has ignored when my colleagues say again and again and refer to the arrogancy of the government and the government house members. And that's where we are speaking from. And that's the least we could do to send this bill to the standing committee. There is no other alternate for us. All we are trying to do to serve the public and finding the mechanism in this parliamentary democracy that could help to address that very issue. And that's what this referral is saying. And that is why I'm asking the members of both sides to support this referral, that what is missing, at least we could do our due diligence. At least due diligence. If government is not agreeing to our point of view, our philosophy, our ideology, our plan, then at least do your due diligence. Hear from Albertans. There's not even a single line in this bill that tells us what the stakeholders tell this government to do. And that is missing. And that's all we are saying in this amendment. And I think this is a very reasonable ask. And I ask all the House members to support this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any other members to the referral amendment? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment REF1 as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is defeated. We're back on the main bill, Bill 78, in second reading. Any members wishing to join the debate? Seeing none, would the Honourable Minister like to close debate? Honourable members. The Minister of Seniors and Housing has moved second reading of Bill 78, Alberta Housing Amendment Act 2021. Does the Assembly agree to the motion for second reading? All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried.
Bill 78, Alberta Housing Amendment Act 2021 is now read a second time.
Government House Leader.
Tonight, I move that we adjourn the House until tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m.
All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried. House stands adjourned till 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.